right. Okay. Level 1 theme brain bucket mix. Not really ringing a bell. Get my little keyboard hooked up here. And we'll be good to go for some Half-Life. Mouse. Yep, good to go. Hey, Hayden. Welcome. Alright, looks like we're good. Okay. Excellent. Hello, John K. Half-Life, whole fun. I'm assuming that's Magi going off of the icon there. Welcome. Yeah. I slightly overshot my prediction of 35 by a little bit, but I guess my new goal is less than double 35, so less than 70. I can do it. Probably. Oh god. Maybe in Portal I'll get less than 35. Less than 60. Okay, alright. 69 or less deaths. Perfect. Andrew. Yep. So I thought about it a lot today. I did the math. I rubbed two brain cells together. And regarding Half-Life Alyx, the VR title coming up later this month. So Valve is putting their new stock of VR stuff on sale at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so in roughly 12 hours from now, exactly 12 hours from now. I think I'm going to get the controllers and the headset, because the original Vive, I think a big problem that's making me more motion sick doing VR stuff is that it's like looking through binoculars. I don't know if you've done that, or like a diving mask. It's kind of like this. Your view of the world, even though it keeps up with you, you can only see what you can see past your hands. Whereas the field of view on the Valve headset is more like this. You can see a bit more. There's still going to be darkness along the periphery here, but there's a much higher field of view than the headset that I currently have. Plus, the Valve headset has a higher refresh rate. And there's less of a screen door effect, which is also particularly annoying with my unit. Okay, the one that I have is the original HTC Vive, which is like 1440 by 1080 per eye, I think is the resolution for that. And then the resolution of the Valve Index is 1440, I think, or 1600. It's significantly higher, and it runs at a higher refresh rate, and the pixels are laid out. They're laid out in rows like that. They're called RGB strips is what the technical term, I guess. And then the HTC Vive uses OLEDs in it's like a checkerboard pattern, and that exacerbates the screen door effect problem, because you're looking through these lenses inside the headset, and it magnifies any blank space between pixels. So that was also something that I noticed and really annoyed me with the Vive. Like, I like everything about VR except the narrow FOV in the one that I have. That particularly makes me sick. My eyes are good enough that I notice the blank space between pixels, and the refresh rate could be a little higher. Like, it's 90 hertz is what my current one does, which is good enough for me. But apparently the Vive, or the Valve Index, is just... It's quite a big step up, and I would certainly play more VR stuff if the headset didn't make me sick. So I think it's about time to upgrade. I'll probably just sell my old headset. The whole bundle with the headset, the controllers, 2 base stations, and Half-Life Alyx is $1,000. That is not the bundle I'm going to get, though. So the Valve headset works with the old VR base stations. You need the base stations in order to make the whole thing work, because that is how it does tracking. So these are the base stations. This is currently unplugged. Actually, I'll show you what it looks like. We can probably get the camera to pick up what these things look like when they're turned on. I can find the power plug here. There we go. Okay. Alright, so inside there's a blue light at the top, there's a status light in there, and then when it turns on, there's infrared LEDs. Yeah, there you go. See those purple things? So that's how this works. For it to track where in space these are working, and the thing on the bottom, kind of like the horizontal lines near the bottom, that's actually a motor that's spinning around real quick. And apparently this will work with the Vive, or the new Valve thing. So I got another one up there. You need at least 2 to make room scale stuff work. And yeah, so essentially my point here that I'm getting to in a roundabout way is that I don't need to get the super expensive $1,000 bundle. I can get the bundle with just the controllers and the headset. And that'll save me like $200. So, that is why I made this decision, because I found out that I could just reuse my old base stations here. Let me turn it off. And then also, Half-Life Alyx is a $60 game, and they throw it in free with the headset and controllers, or if you just buy the controllers or just the headset. So I'd be practically losing money if I didn't get all this other stuff, right? So anyways, that's what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be a pretty big upgrade for the VR setup, and I guess it means I'm gonna have to start streaming more VR stuff and actually use the damn thing. So yeah, that'll be the plan for all that. I don't know when that's ever gonna come in, and this also all depends on me being able to get my order in. Because I have a strong suspicion that the Steam store is going to be just melting right around that time, because they've been sold out of these headsets for weeks, I think. And obviously people are very excited about a new Half-Life game. So I bet it's going to be a fucking mess. So I'm going to set my alarm, I'm going to be up, I'm going to be at my computer ready to go and get my order in, but if it doesn't happen, then hey, I have my old headset, so it's not like I won't be able to play the game. I'll just be playing it on an older thing. So COVID-19 has affected stock. It has. So that's exactly why there hasn't been any units in stock. Is that the supply chains are not fulfilling parts. Yeah, they do production in America, but they need the parts from China. So, so that's their reasoning why there's been such drastic shortages. So, but they will have stock soonish. So, yep. Post means directly in my eyes. Yeah, I figured that out. I have the chats pretty much like this in my field of vision. Because for VR stuff, most of the action takes place directly in front of you anyways, so doesn't matter if I got chat off to the side. Okay, all right, let's get going here because we got plenty of stuff to get to tonight. So let's do it. Half-Life Part 2. We're about 6 hours in, 42 deaths. Unfortunately, my old goal. I'll show you in a second here, Potato. My old goal was 35 deaths. We're now gonna change that to a goal of less than 69 deaths. 69 or less deaths is the current death goal here, and I am a dirty save scummer, as you can see. Okay, and then somebody asked what the VR stream will look like, so let me play a video I recorded yesterday. So this is a VR game called Moss that I'm going to be streaming sometime between now and when Alex comes out. And this is what it'll look like. I won't have the two cameras in the lower right-hand corner. I'm still undecided which one I'll use, or if I use a camera at all, because as you can see, everybody looks very sexy wearing a VR headset. So, so yeah, that's what it'll look like. Most games render to both the headset and to a window that you can capture on a PC. So that is how I'll be doing it. I'll be putting that window capture on my OLED and then sending that directly to my stream PC. So yeah, this is what it will look like. There you go. Okay. So I don't know when we'll get the Moss. Probably maybe next week. I guess it depends on like if I get the index order in, and if it gets to me in a decent amount of time, then I'll probably wait till that comes in to play Moss. Okay, let's do it. Let go. Let's do it. All right. Okay, so we last left off on the mission called Surface Tension, is what the save file said. Oh, also, I want to demonstrate here. So, I'm playing this at 720p. This is why I'm not playing this at 4K. Just as an example here. So, down here in the corner is that, and let's load this. Okay, so right here is my ammo count at 4K, and then way the hell over there in similarly tiny font is the is all the other UI. Like I can't even see it, and I'm sure it doesn't show up at all on stream. So so sure, this looks pretty nice in 4K, but this is why I'm doing this at 720. Okay. All right.
I don't know if we should go any further. This doesn't look right.
All right, start that timer. Let's do it. Yeah, UI scaling really didn't become a thing until kind of when widescreen became more of a thing.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so we got this weapon last time. So this is an infinite ammo. So if I right click, they shoot straight ahead. Oh, looks like I need to turn down my audio again for you.
Later.
Okay. Am I gonna do the side stories? Yep. Alright. Gotta get my own audio set here. Okay, good. Yes, the plan is to do Half-Life 1, Opposing Force, Blue Shift, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2. Portal 1 and Portal 2. Okay, good. Take it. Let's see. And then Half-Life Alyx. And I believe that's most of the mainline ones. I know that there's a weird, like, side-scroller. Huh.
I'll be happy to survive this with all my...
But not really planning to do that one. Oh shit! Okay. Alright, so it seems... Okay, Barney. Okay. This is going great. Oh, I wasn't clicked into it. Okay, that was 2 deaths. Oh boy. Okay. Let's jeez. Did he... What? He just puts a grenade down on the ground and... What the fuck am I supposed to do about this?
Hour 45.
Okay, I guess just a satchel charge this door. Eh? Yep, he just very gently sets down the... What the fuck am I supposed to... Alright, little buddies. Well, those don't. Okay. That ain't gonna work. Maybe you're supposed to... Oh. Alright, go get him. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Detected.
What the hell? am I gonna do here? Maybe you're supposed to just run past everything that... Okay, I made a hard save here. This, I think. Autosave. Okay. Alright. Oh, for fuck's sake! Fuck out of here! Okay. Well, all right. I think I... God damn it. Okay. Hey, shoot Barney instead. Okay. Okay. Alright, we did it. Oh, jeez. Yep, there's... Okay. Alright, we got a fresh Barney here. Don't even know if that's gonna be an issue. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, we might stand a better chance if we
Come with me if you want to live.
Now, I wonder if those boys could have made a bigger mess.
This is... Alright. Alright. I'm okay with this. Sick. Oh, this area's optional? Shit. That means I gotta go back out there with the sniper nest. Alright. Getting reloaded here then. Thing up there. Alright. Okay. Good. Barney can die? He's safe up here. Well, I guess if you lead the guards up here or something. Okay. And that means I gotta take out this guy. I guess there's extra ammo in the storeroom. Okay. Alright, if that didn't get him, then I don't know what to say about that. Okay. Okay. So... probably have to go up there. Seriously? Not dead yet. Okay, there we go. Okay. Supposed to just half Skyrim up this thing and then maybe push a box over here? Looks like I'm supposed to go up there, but... oh. Okay, well not that. Okay. So you're probably supposed to go behind the tank then, maybe? I don't think there's any roof access here. It's not that I saw. Yeah, 1v1ing a tank usually goes like that. Okay. You have to jump out the window? Maybe? Yeah, just lightly set down this grenade. Yep, okay. Yep, damage the tank for me. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Tank problem solved. Hey, it worked. It worked in the end.
I'd like to get my hands again.
Okay. Now, maybe I have to skirt along here. Yeah. Alright. We did it. Finally. Hello, anime Steven Seagal. Welcome. Those aren't homing in on anything just yet. Oh, there we go. I love how it just stops making a shot sound. No, this is totally legal. Legal and encouraged. There we go. Got him. Yep. If they can throw grenades up here with pinpoint accuracy, then I'm allowed to do this. They could just drop the grenade at his feet again. That's extensive training put to use there. Yep. Nice. Alright, lightly put down a grenade right there. Yep, the conveyor section. Yeah, that that took a little too long to figure out, probably. But hey, if I had known that button was there, I would have figured that out much faster. I was supposed to get there, okay. Play too cautiously? No, it's probably because I'm just bad. I'm not a first-person shooterologist, and my previous experience with games like this is cheating through them. Oh. Take out the guys with the grenades first. Yep, just... what is with them and just lately placing a grenade? Oh, by the way, Apture, since you're a marathonologist, is it worth doing the marathon games before the Halo games? Like, is there any sort of tie-in besides there's a hippo on things? Get up there. Probably use this to... That seems like it should be blowing up the door. Not really. Oh, so it has thematic similarities, but not spelled out tie-ins. Really? This... Oh, it just goes here. Oh, there was health packs in here. Might as well get those. Because yeah, I am completely unfamiliar with the marathons. And I think I remember you speedrunning those. And I think there's Xbox 360 versions or something? Oh shit. Why? What is is this an AI bug or something with the... So I can't see the reticle at all when I'm aiming here. Jeez, supposed to be bringing Barney here? Oh, I'm probably supposed to shoot that door. This makes way more sense. I know. It's the other door. Okay. Why? What are they doing? That is not how you grenade. Okay. These aren't just infinite respawns. I played a turret shooter before a game. I know how this works. Okay. Played enough point blank to be able to do that. Okay. Oh, okay, this is a jump pad that you still have to jump on. Okay. Alright. Where are they going up? Gameplay. Yep. Got him. Oh, I hear more. Alright, other side of there. Well, this is why they put these there, I guess. And they put them directly out of reach. Fine. Aleph 1. Okay. Yeah, it's on the long-term to-do list, along with the Halo series. Because I figured if I was gonna play the Bungie FPS games, might as well do the marathons, right? Or as much as I can stand them, because it's from that weird area with the engines that tend to make me motion sick. But I like to give it a try. Hey, Skull, thank you. Oh, it's Sourceport. Nice. Cursed Halo. Is that like Windows Vista Halo? Vista exclusive Halo? Or is that all the Halos? Man, they're hitting some Kobe grenades here. Makes everything awful. Nice. Apparently there's a recent Halo CE that came out. Full of japes, huh? Sounds like a bad time. I think if I were gonna play like Halo 1, it would be the original Xbox version, original release. That's the one that I played when it came out. Ooh. Okay. What a great place to save. All right. Let's save over here. Remember that being a thing. Go get him, Bugs. 1x zoom and floppy? Alright, so here's the Halos that I played. I played Halo 1 on original Xbox. I played Halo 2 on original Xbox. I played Halo 3 on 360. And I believe that's it. And I think they're up to Halo 6 now? Okay, we got another mounted gun there. Probably took out the soldiers. Okay. Zombie Halo. Yeah, that, like, I hope they got rid of all the dumb flood stuff in more recent Halo, because that was like, whenever I replay Halo 1, it's like, I'll play the cool missions before they get to the flood stuff, and then I'll just stop. I'll just not play this game anymore. That's damaging me. Why? What? Oh, it's... okay. Alright. End me. Nice. That you can shoot the ground right in front of you. And 2, I didn't even like it in 2. And I especially didn't like it in 3, because it was like... it was... the part that I remember is like walking very slowly through some like alien-style hive towards the end, where it's just Cortana talking crazy to you, and it was just boring as hell. There's a thing up there, huh? Yeah. Yep. And now all Cortana is to me is the robot lady that I turn off in Windows. That is the lasting legacy of Halo. Okay, I'm assuming that's not going to shoot me, but I've made that assumption before. It's got a turret on it. Okay. I think we're good. Unless it just couldn't aim up. Supposed to go here, or... Oh, it's just supplies. Take it. Okay.
60%.
Nice.
Power 75%.
Okay. Yep, it's... every time I reinstall Windows on, like, a new machine, just... I hear Robot Lady, and I immediately hit that mute button. No, Cortana, I would not like you to send telemetry to Microsoft, even though you're probably going to do it anyways. I do not want a custom advertising ID. Thank you very much. Okay, so it sounds like we got alien dudes here and then soldiers over there. All right. Dang. I suppose, like, the search function on Windows is actually pretty good now. It used to be just complete shit, but now it's actually okay enough to keep on. But you don't need bad Siri to do all that stuff. You can do all that with just regular old search. It's almost as good as Mac's Finder. That's one of the few things I really miss about using a Mac, is that the Finder was so good. Looks like we got something in us. It's pretty nice not having to worry about ammo. I remember that door over there. I remember that from the speed run. I don't know if that's still something that exists in this version of the game. Okay. Oh, I hear you. Where are you? Up here? Above me? Inside here?
Minor fracture detected.
Yeah, it's like... Forget all the other stuff. Though I could have sworn that there was supposed to be... There you are. that there's supposed to be a tabbed Windows Explorer thing at some point. I think I remember hearing about that years ago, and that would be extremely useful to have tabs in Explorer, but it's still not a thing, I guess? Okay, this door right here. So it's like you shoot the door or something. There's something weird with this door in the speedrun. That if you stand like right here, it damages you, but it doesn't kill you. So your health, like, you can underflow your health or something, and then you're practically invincible for the rest of the speedrun. But I think that's probably the original release of the game. That's one of the few things I remember from the speedrun is that door right there. Like, once they get here, they can do the rest of the game super easy. Oh god, yeah. The Candy Crush, there's so much shit just built into Windows now with stuff like that. Stuff like that is what makes me totally okay with buying the totally shady keys off eBay for Windows Pro for $2.
Recon team.
Okay. There's nothing down here.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Oh shit.
Okay, check in. Let's go.
Okay.
Echo mission is go.
Go get him, bees.
Command post. Team in position. Check in, people.
Got him.
Look at post. All.
Whew.
Over. Squad. Stay alert for Freeman. Over.
Oh, Money, have you tried Clear Linux before? I keep hearing great things about it. About how good the performance is, but it seems a little too involved to download and set up. Because I might change my my transcoding server over to that, because it looks like there's some decent benefits to using that. Okay, so we got health and ammo down there. Yeah, Ubuntu, there's nothing wrong with Ubuntu now. Okay. So then I gotta overload this pipe or something? Oh. Okay. Yeah, where's the Windows partition? Like, I use pretty much everything. I use Linux and Windows for all my stuff. And I technically have a Hackintosh, but I hardly ever use it. I only use the Hackintosh for maintaining some old legacy iOS things. I'll be damned if I'm gonna buy a Mac. Not again. Yep, leave that grenade right there. I I don't know if that guy blew himself up. Nope. He almost did. Alright. Package manager, yeah, that's kind of the thing that you get with the non-free versions that use the non-free driver sets.
Stand back. You're gonna wish you hadn't done that. Hello.
Hello. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing.
Stand back. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, we might live longer if we work together.
Okay. Apparently the things I learned. That you need Barney for this.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Sure. Yeah. Wait, just back here again. Wonder if those do less damage. Oh, I probably need Barney to come do something. Probably unlock that door. Alright, Barney, let's roll.
Okay, I'll cover you.
Also, this game is from 1998. And see this pathfinding here? Why can't Steel Battalion, a game released in 2002, also accomplish this? Okay. Oh, shit. Not gonna take on a big boy. Yeah, good old Pulse Audio. It's got some neat things Pulse Audio can do when it works. But, as always, it's when it works. That's the problem. Eh. Waste processing.
Come in, Cooper. Do you copy? Forget about Freeman. We're abandoning the base. If you have any last bomb targets, mark them on the tactical map. Otherwise, get the hell out of there. Repeat, we are pulling out and commencing airstrikes. Give us targets or get below.
Okay. So probably gotta blow up the gate like that. Got him. Okay. And that is not at all where I aimed. Alright, that did something. Okay, that opened that. That's some amazing Z fighting there. It doesn't look like I can just jump over there, or unlikely. So probably have to break this and then use that as a bridge. Great. Eventually we'll get that thing. Okay. Alright, that is likely what you have. Okay. Is there any ammo around here? Yeah, I'm having a similar problem with drivers with my server stuff. So trying to get anything networking related working that is anything but Intel has been just the worst thing. So I bought a 2 different network cards to try and get more consistent networking on my my transcoding server here that also hosts VODs. Okay, we check. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Okay. Holy shit. Yeah, so I have a dual port gigabit card. Oh. All right, what a great system. Let's turn that off. Okay. Yeah, so a dual port gigabit Roseville card that apparently is really good for servers and got great reviews, but good luck getting it to work in fucking Linux. And then I have a 10 gigabit Aquantia card, and they have their Linux drivers are on their site, so you're supposed to download them and compile them yourself, and then install them yourself. And I've done that, and it just doesn't work. So I just gave up and just went back to the weird network controller that is working. And this is on my bootleg Chinese server motherboard that I bought. So I figured I could at least put an official Intel card in there, or a nice 10 gigabit RJ45, because I already have one, but just can't get Ubuntu to work with it. That's nice. This is great. What the fuck is this shit? Whew. Okay. Yeah, I've been looking at Mellanox cards too, and I figured if I was gonna go non-Ethernet, I would just go straight to InfiniBand, and probably go with 100 gigabit. Okay, all right, survive that. What the hell was that? Hmm? What? Okay, those are mines apparently. And yeah, for 100 gigabit stuff, I can get away with short cable runs for that because everything is just on site and nearby. So it's not like I gotta spend a fortune on optical transceivers and all that. This is horrible. Is there health in here? I don't think I did that. Oh, God. All right, mistakes for me. Fuck. 100 gigabit. Well, the thing that takes the most time that I'm just sitting here waiting around after the stream is transferring VODs from my stream computer to my transcoder computer. And if I could speed that up even a little bit, then it means I'll get more sleep. And I value sleep more than the cost of 100 gigabit. Especially if it's honestly not that much for 100 gigabit stuff. This is explosive. Okay. Hey, we found the Lambda complex. Nice, you can see him spawn in. Nope. Okay. Yeah, assuming this is locked. Oh, also, I don't think I've even mentioned this yet on the stream or anywhere else, but I'm going to be moving to LA later this year to a smaller place, so even more reason for me to have short cable runs. Yeah, fucking local ISP. I've been looking up ISPs there, and I think I can use the same one I have now, and all of the infrastructure should already be in place, so I shouldn't have any issues like I had here. The problem here was that this is a brand new house and brand new neighborhood, so that's why nothing was set up, and they had no fucking idea where things were and all the other issues. What's that? Sounds like it's over there. is probably a puzzle-solving crate. It'd be great if I could hotkey this thing to its own hotkey. This water is still don't like this water. Oh god, that's fish thing. Okay. Actually, just in case I have to go back here. Weird. Solve our fish problem. Oh. Surely it won't be an issue. Uh-oh. Hmm. 69 health. Okay. I see bunkers over there. Now reboot for a month. Yep, that's pretty much how I run my server stuff. Just update this literally once a month and then keep it running. All right, Fishman, you're wrecked. I don't know what is this supposed to be performing like this, or is this a fast CPU problem? Also, it's very nice that this weapon fires underwater. It's like this on the crossbow. Alright, got him. Revenge. Alright, stockpile of rockets. Yep. Be nice if I could hold more than 6, but... Okay. Actually, if they give me rockets here, probably gonna use them. Yep. Hey, Alyssa. Yep. Well, this is why they give you a lot of rockets, I guess. Okay. Got him. 1 pixel's all you need. Yeah, smaller places in smaller apartment. Like I have a decent sized apartment for the Bay Area right now, and whatever I end up living in LA is going to be a smaller area, which is another reason why I want to get VR streaming done and figured out before then, because I'll have way less space to do VR stuff up there or down there, I guess. Okay, this looks safe. Medium difficulty, boys. Alright. That tank is probably... Oops. Okay. This drivable tank? Oh. Kind of. Okay. Got him. I'm not even sure how I would describe the style of music that this game even has. Whoa. Okay. How am I supposed to... Alright. How am I supposed to do about this thing? Oh. That, apparently. Maybe flank it? No? What the fuck? Okay. Good lord. That thing... An actual tank, I guess. Weird alien tank. that. Usually things with one of those on it are interactive, but it's not. Okay. HP not doing so great here. Okay. Lambda complex. Alright, so we got a Metal Gear elevator here. Got this incredible... Yep, that's how wheels work. Nice. Yep. Yeah, they don't want to break all those 3D effects cards. Gotta be very conservative with the polygon budgets. Oh, there's a Pokemon down here. I still have to fix my Voodoo 5, by the way. That's on my to-do list. The only thing that's stopping me from fixing that is that, man, the thought of having to do the chip replacement is just, I don't know. I haven't been able to summon the courage to even attempt that yet. Because that'll be the first time I've done something that complicated with the card. And it's for this super rare and expensive video card. I'm sure I'll give it a go someday, but it's not a huge priority. And if anything, it would just be as a novelty, because the 3DFX emulators do a well enough job anyways. Okay. So it's the artist's interpretation of a wheel. This thing hits harder than submachine guns, might as well. Use this instead of... Oh, I saw you. I saw you. Not this shit again. Alright, go get them, flies. Where are they? Oh. Got him. Alright. Hey, the AI in this game is better than Steel Battalion's. Or at least Steel Battalion teammate AI. I got him. I think the bees did their job. Unless there's one behind here. Well, that is much easier when you have space bees. Oh. You fucking... Outrunning grenades, huh? Okay, we got health over there. Sounds pistols. Grenade. Okay, they have grenades, but they don't use them, which is great. Because if they actually use grenades, these things would be the worst. Okay. Alright, I don't hear footsteps. I think we're okay. Alright. They got their tactical gimp suits on. Military grade. Only the finest. Alright, assuming we're going this way. Oddworld? Yeah. Yeah, we still haven't gotten to that second Oddworld game. Okay, this looks like trouble, so we'll do that. Okay, there's clearly something bad's gonna happen here, so... let's actually use these things. Did he teleport right into the beam of my... How did my mine not go off? The one time I use mines. What the fuck? I'll take 2 shots. Okay. Yep. These guys are clearly larger than the beams. Right in the kisser. It looks like if you interrupt the reload animation before it's done, it'll still complete the reload.
I apologize, Mr. Freeman. I couldn't risk opening that door until I was sure you'd scoured the area. This is the last entrance to the Lambda complex. Every other has been sealed off to contain the invasion. When we realized that you might actually make it here, we drew straws to see who should stay behind to let you through. Obviously, I drew the short one. My colleagues are waiting at the tip of the Lambda reactor. Waiting for you, I mean. The reactor is shut down right now, but you can activate it on your way up. You'll have to flood the core anyway to get into the teleportation labs. You're not authorized to know about those. But I can see you already know a great deal more than any one man is supposed to.
Okay. So we gotta flood the core, I guess. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, revolver ammo would be nice at some point. Yeah. Coolant system.
Were you in weapons research too? I built the glue-on gun, but I just can't bring myself to use it on a living creature. You don't look as if you have any trouble killing things.
So we get the Ghostbusters Ecto Pack. I think that's what those are called. Nice. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, holding down right click on this, it makes him do something. If I hold down right click and then left click, it doesn't fire. Huh. Sure. Okay. Probably never use this thing, but we got one. Pretty good? Alright. I'll especially not use it then. Because we got infinite ammo on this thing. It's like we're practically game sharking. Let's see, what key is it gonna be though? Alright, so it's 3 taps of 4 to get to that. Okay. So we're supposed to flood the core. We got turn on pump 1 and 2, and then ox tank.
Hey, Mr. Freeman.
Hello. Assume this is a safe area. Okay.
Freeman, isn't it? You'll need to activate both pumps to flood the reactor, and then that access pipe down there will take you to the core. Time is short.
Alright. That pipe, I guess. It's a decent texture on there. Depleted uranium, 235. Okay. All right, let's do it.
Yep. My target range time is gonna pay off today. Roger
All right,
that.
let's roll,
run like
Barney.
hell.
Ox tank, reactor access. Okay, so we go there after we turn on the pumps. All right, Barney. I got business with this box over here. Yeah. Oh. All right. Good job, Barney. You did it. Okay. All right. Start with one then. Oh, guess they're both down there. Okay. Barney. Come on, man.
This place is a lot bigger than I thought.
Alright, let's see how good this thing is. Well, 10 ammo. Just take out one of those guys. Weird that only some corpses disappear. Any more? Okay. Yeesh. Okay. Pump one on. Okay. And that filled up this. Assume we gotta backtrack this way then. Hopefully Barney's still alive over here. Yep. Alright, Barney. Barney's coming with me over here. Got barnacles in here. Something already took out that one. Yep. Okay. 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 It's probably gonna be like last time, where there's jump scare spawns.
Power 60%.
Nope. Okay.
75%.
No? Okay. Sure. Alright. So then... let's go back here, and then... Ox tank. Assuming there's no goodies down there. Alright. Hopefully Barney... Yep.
See you later.
Alright, buddy.
Hell out of here.
Time to die. Okay. That sounds like it's... Huh. I think there's still some healing and energy in here.
Don't linger, Mr. Freeman. You've turned on the pumps. Now take the access pipe, plug the core, and get on up to the labs without delay.
Oh, I'm sure they will be soon enough. There, Barney.
You go on without, okay? Why not?
All right, Barney, come on. It's just some stairs. Okay. Yeah, if that scientist wants this done so quick, why doesn't he just do it himself? Yeah.
Personnel evacuate extreme dimensional malfunction.
See you. Oh shit. Alright, good luck, Barney.
That'll look nice in my trophy room.
Got him. Okay. Alright, so... we have a ladder boss here. Okay, looks like there's no weird radiation damage here with the water. Oh. Okay. Alright, core flooded. Oh, jeez. Okay. Got him. Alright, supply room. Okay. Alright. We're shooting for less than 69 deaths. 69 or less. Yep, after all that. Okay. Yep, we did the jumping puzzle in the reactor, and then it's just a ladder. A simple ladder, the hardest enemy in this game. Hello. Hello. Mind if I join you? Oh, I guess I could have. Oh. Okay. Infinite head crabs here, I guess. Yep. Okay, just keep spawning. Okay.
Bring it on!
What? Not exactly helping over there. Yes. Medium difficulty, boys. I don't recall if the higher difficulties... Oh, that did... Okay, that just did that. I don't remember if the higher difficulties change AI or anything. Or if it's just amount of enemies and... This seems safe. Oh, okay. Alright. Here's our portal. So if we beat this and anime bad enemies strategy game early enough, then we'll be thinking with portals later. So here's the portals in Half-Life 1. Where did this go? Oh, there's a portal down there. Sure, this seems like a perfect place to put a portal. In a random corner of the... This is probably what this is for. Same AI, same number of enemies. Oh, it's chargers and then stat changes. Got it. Okay, let's make use of. No. Okay. Oh, I'm currently stuck. I'm currently stuck. Okay. So that's a hazard of doing anything in this game, is that anything that moves in the game world could just pin you to the floor. So ladders and any moving level geometry are the real bosses of this game. Whoa, don't like the look. Okay. All right. This looks like a fantastic place to save. Okay. I know, right? That was very forward-thinking of Bethesda to put in such player-friendly features as getting you unstuck from the questionable collision system. Okay, that one I can't even use. Okay, so the green ringed ones we can't go into. Oh, okay. These are exit portals, and these are entry portals. Okay. So all the exit portals are on the outside of this thing, and there's an entry portal in the middle. And it looks like there's multiple. There's one there and one there. I'm assuming there's one right there too. And it says Portal 1. Okay. Alright, Portal 1, where you go? Oh, shh. Okay. Portal 1 goes to this room where we saw a G-Man spawn in. Nice. Great. Perfect. Cool, just for some grenades that I didn't need. Alright, Portal 1 is a no-go. Okay, Portal 2. Cool. Alright, Portal 3. Alright. That slightly makes up for it, I guess. Oh, this is pretty. Well, what? Oh, okay. The one that broke my legs, I have to time it properly. Okay. So it's that one. There we go. Okay. Alright, Portal 6. So if I can't see the portal, I'm assuming that this is not the required one to go in. So, alright, number 6 is... Nice. Okay, so it's 2 and then not 6. Alright, what about 4? Alright, well, it wasn't that one either. Okay, now that I know that the Re is the one that goes to the goodies, we'll go directly to that one and, oh, whoops. And then cycle back around. Okay. Oh, boy. It turns out ladders was just the mini-boss. It's teleporters are the real final boss. Okay. Alright, so it's Portal 2. It could be 4. I see the one above. Oh, God. Okay. Alright. Nailed it. Perfect. All as intended. Oh, I can't. Alright. So it's 4? Okay. Okay. So it's 2, 4, and then 7. Did I say Portal 2 is a better Portal? I've never played Portal 1. I have played Portal 2 though, so we gotta press these. Okay. Tonight's playthrough of, well, assuming tonight, but my playthrough of Portal 1 will be my first playthrough of Portal 1. I played like minutes of Portal 1 before. Okay. Played a quarter of the way through. Nice. Yeah, I heard it's really short. Oh, what the portal numbers? Got it. The reactor core. Okay. Over here. Let me in.
Gordon Freeman, you finally found us.
So this is the guy. We thought you'd never make it.
This is the supply depot for our first survey team. Quite a few handsome specimens were collected from the border world and brought back this way. Before the survey members started being collected themselves, that is. We suspect there is an immense portal over there, created by the intense concentration of a single powerful being. You will know it when you see it. I hate to say this, Gordon, but you must kill it if you can.
Yeah, you'd better kill it.
Of course, you owe us nothing, Mr. Freeman, but you've come this far. You know as much about these creatures as anyone.
Enough to know that if you don't wipe it out, there won't be much for you to come home to.
Yes. So, if you're willing, my colleague is waiting for you at the main portal controls. He will open the gates for you, Mr. Freeman. Do hurry.
Don't forget to gear up, and I'll cover you while you're waiting for that portal to warm up.
Okay. Oh. Alright.
Mr. Freeman is a long jump module created expressly for navigation in the world beyond. I certainly hope you received long jump training, because once you're in Zen, you will need it. I would advise you to practice before crossing over.
Okay. So this is the thing from the training room. 7.5 hours ago.
Power assist movement activated.
Okay. Alright. Sure we're reloaded here. Okay. Alright, we are full up on damn near everything. So yeah, for this it's you hold down control and then like that. You gotta hold down forward and then quickly hold down crouch and then hit jump. So you do a long jump rather than that. Okay. I thought Barney was gonna... Aren't you supposed to cover me?
Okay, I'll cover you.
Alright.
Yes, let's go.
You too. Catch some bullets for me. Eh?
Hello, Freeman. I'm up here. Practice your long jump if you must, but hurry up.
Alright, I must. How did you get there? That's the... There's a door over there.
All right, I can open the portal now. The process is complicated, and once it's begun, I must not be interrupted, or I will have to start all over again. Don't enter the beam until I give the okay. Understood? I will begin.
Hey.
Oh yeah!
What are you attacking me for? Yeah, looks like the regular pistol works just fine on these guys.
All right, I can open the portal now. The process is complicated, and once it's begun, I must not be interrupted, or I will have to start all over again. Don't enter the beam until I give the okay. Understood? I will begin.
Great.
Oh dear!
Just didn't do the reload animation there for some reason.
We're almost there, Freeman. Get yourself in position.
Okay.
It's ready. You must go now.
I'm assuming what happened last time was the portal scientist got killed before it opened. All right. So I believe we saw this area in the opening section of the game when the experiment was going crazy. Okay. All right, and this is clearly what the long jump is for. Later. Bye. That's a good boy right there. Okay. Probably have to jump onto that. Sure. Yep, perfect. Nailed it.
Major pressure detected.
This part is horrible. Okay. hey, this is healing. Okay. Alright, I guess this is our life now. Gonna be tough. We're 55. We got 14 more deaths. Yes, it took me that long to do the math. I'm not a mathologist. Boy, this healing is very slow. Okay, it looks like I can go over there. Okay. Okay. Gonarch's lair. Uh-oh, they got up the pots and pans for this one. Oh, good. Of course, these are here. Okay. This is Uniball here. Baby head crabs. Okay. It just runs off, huh? Okay. What the hell? Apparently the rockets was a light source. Okay, those things look like hazards. That looks breakable. Eh? Alright. Huh. Alright, well, we're out of rockets, and we're very low on energy ammo. Great. So we gotta use this thing for a while. What the? Fuck. Okay. Oh, the wavy tentacle. Got it. Where is this coming from? Okay. At least we got this. Okay. And healing in here. Okay. Alright. And assuming that is the way back out. Or actually, this probably just... This seems like a great way to lose a bunch of health. Okay, or not. Good. I see you down there. Alright, well. It's doing the hit sound. This is probably some sort of scripted thing. Get down there, I guess. Oh, am I stuck on something again? This is as fast as I can currently move. This is as quick as I can move. Alright, I guess we... Wow! Alright, this gives me plenty of time to reload, I guess. Oh, nice. I didn't want to be able to use my legs. Nope. Not a number. I saw a non in there. Yes, stand right next to that. Okay. Oh, jeez. Alright. Get out of here. Good lord, how many are there? Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Great. I have, like, no ammo for anything, which I'm sure is not going to be an issue later on. Okay, we got a portal. Oh, sick. Alright. See you in 10 minutes when we heal up again. So we're at 56 deaths. I want to get 69 or less deaths, and then I'll call this playthrough a rousing success. We're almost there. I'm assuming this is the end game. And also 8 hours in. Like this is textbook first-person shooter campaign length. Got him. Okay. Oh, shit. Didn't notice there was flying babies after me. Eventually got him. Okay, so I'm assuming I gotta get up there. And probably have to... these things. I suppose you can destroy those. Okay. Alright, so we got some rockets over there. Got... That seems safe, but it didn't damage me before, so... Okay. What the?
Chemical detected.
Nice. Things are warping in here everywhere. Okay, there's a Pokemon over here somewhere. Okay. Alright, so there's the ammo here. Okay, that's an elevator, I guess. Whoa. Okay. Hey, Towster. It's going great. Going fantastic. Oh. Okay, alright. Wait. What did that load? This one? That one. Okay. Quick save there. Because I want to actually take this elevator. Like this, if I can. Yeah, there we go. I'm assuming this is where I want to be. Or something. Whoa. My ammo is not doing great right now. Okay, I'm assuming that's where I want to get to. I might be able to just... Well, we made it there. Okay. What even... I guess it's that one that I'm going for. Okay. Looks like those are going towards the portal. Maybe I gotta ride one over to it. I think this one looks like it'll... Okay. And this, and then this. Okay. Oh no. Not you again. Okay, looks like there's goodies over there. Alright, there's dubstep happening over there somewhere. Stand right next to that thing. Perfect. That's a thing from StarCraft 2. It's so weird that it doesn't make the firing sound effect if you're at 0 ammo for this thing. I guess that it's nice that they did that, so you don't have to keep listening to it. Yeah, this is nothing but A Lamaus in this game. Absolutely. Okay. Alright. Lots of rockets available. A Lamau town. Oh. Okay. Good.
60%. Power 75%.
This must be that survey team. Just chilling out over here next to this ketchup. Sure they'll be fine. Changing clock stay fucks you up. Yeah, today was I was very tired because I had to get up at the crack of noon for a very important basketball game between two of my teams. And one of my teams won and one of my teams lost the game. So, pretty average. And then immediately after that, I just went back to bed and then woke up at 6 p.m. So that was my day. It was a pretty good day. And then I had to go run some errands, and then I look at the clock and Oh shit, it's already 9. I usually stream at 10, so I had to do a whole bunch of errands in a very short amount of time to get ready for the stream time. Got him. Okay. Can I reload this? This seems important. Yeah, I wasn't streaming as often as I wanted to before because there was always something that I had to fix or figure out or get working for the first time, and now I'm finally, like a fucking year after I started doing this regularly again, I'm finally in a good place for everything working and nothing consistently breaking. There's still a few things I need to fix, but nearly everything is working. Like, I still have to figure out why the YouTube VOD uploads, not the live stream, but the VOD uploads. They, after the 45-minute mark, the audio and video desyncs. And apparently that is a YouTube problem that they are just not acknowledging, and it's only recently become a thing. Okay, I don't want to go that way. So I still got to figure that out. That's on the to-do list. Yeah, nearly everything else we good with. Okay. Alright, come over here. Let me introduce you to my friend. Big green thing. Oh, worth it. Totally want more of those things. Yeah. Okay. I know, right? Who even makes YouTube videos that wrong? That is very true. Uh-oh. Sounds like big boy's coming back. There's another one. Well, shit. What am I supposed to do here? Just blow him up? Okay. And then fall to my death. Perfect. Okay. They're just pecking away at me, but that's okay.
Systems engaged.
Okay. All right.
Power 15%.
Sure.
Alone, not you alone, not you alone.
door area? Alright. Go get him, Space Bees. Yep. Am I enjoying Zen? It's got a whole bunch of jumping puzzles, which so far kind of the weakest thing about Half-Life IMO. If it weren't for this gun, this part would be actually horrible. Okay. All right. One of those healing pools would be pretty nice right about now. Actually, that might be good. Or it's a teleporter. Oh, okay. Alright. Another slow healer. Yeah, it's a neat change of tone, I guess, for the game. Where it almost brings back some of the horror aspects from earlier in the game. Probably supposed to get on top of the... Oh, or just, yeah. Sure. And the audio design philosophy for Zen is wet fart so far. And I dig it. Okay, I'm probably supposed to get on top of on that thing. Because, you know, logical elevator design. What? Oh, okay. And then... like I drop into here, perhaps? Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, space flies. Go get him. Looks like they're right over there. healer thing there. Oh, great. Space baby. Whatever it is. Okay.
Power 15%.
Alright. This is probably an elevator. Nope. Alright, yep, just stare at that corner. Okay. Okay. Alright, probably have to take that up. Say hi, bro. Okay. Hey, look these. Oh shit! Okay, that's what's in those. There's still yep, one of those over there. Whew. Oh, I see you. I see you over there. Alright, flies, get him. Oh shit! There. Alright, some landmines. Just what I wanted here to blow up a bunch of these containers. Alright. Conveniently keeping a bunch of ammo. Oh geez. Hey. Hey, that's me. Hey, hi. Sure. fat-fingered on my tablet there. Okay. So we gotta do this. Oh, not that. Oh, geez. Nailed it. Perfect. Well, I got my desired result, just not how I envisioned that. Yep, it's the rare occasion where I use explosives and don't blow myself up. Alright, space baby down. Looks like we got another heal station over there. Well, if you're playing as Junkrat, I guess, in Overwatch, then sure. Always beneficial. Okay. There's a lot of missiles here. Like, they pack nothing but missiles and health packs with the expedition team, I guess. Demo man, yep. Good old rocket jumping. I could never execute a rocket jump. I wonder if are there any single player games that use rocket jump mechanics? Because that'd be a neat way to have traversal in the game. Oh jeez. Alright. Just hit that strafe button. Okay. That kind of throws you in there. Okay, yeah, sure, the single player campaign of Quake 3. But it's not required though in that one. Alright, space bugs. Oh, there's one up there. Like, isn't there some new arena shooter that's in early access on Epic or something? Is that game any good? Saw some people tweeting about it not too long ago. Where it looks like Baseball 2000, the incredible first-person shooter on the Game Boy. At least the models remind me of that. Valorant? Can't remember the name. Yeah, Valorant is the game that everybody thought was going to be an Overwatch type game, and it turns out it's a CS:GO type game. And then interest level in that one kind of tanked, because if you want to play a CS:GO type game, just play CS:GO. You know? No need to reinvent the wheel. So apparently the Rainbow Six Siege, I've heard good things about that one. But my interest in those kinds of games is not actually playing them, it's watching top tier gameplay of that. Because we've seen what my FPS skills are. Alright, space babies, stop moving. Okay. Yeah. Well, it would have just proven my point if I did. Okay. That was most of my health. Probably gonna have to go back down to that heal booth. Well, I can just drop. Let's see. Okay. Alright, 10 more minutes in the heal chamber here. Got bored of Siege real quick. I assumed that it was a free-to-play game, and apparently it's not. Because it always seems weird to me that people will be releasing paid, team-based multiplayer games, when obviously they want the most amount of players they can get. Like Apex Legends, for example. Which, of course, that comes with its own problems. Like, you got people using aimbots, and when their accounts get banned, they just make another free account and then get right back to the aimbotting. I kind of don't see the point in aimbotting something like that. But I guess if you're 12 and you want to impress your fellow 12-year-olds on the playground in Fortnite, that you're rank 1 or something, then sure. Oop. There's another one somewhere. Oh. What's wrong with Apex Legends? I think it looks neat. I haven't tried it because I'm not big on multiplayer, but it looks fine to me. And the price is right. Like there's anything I care about down there. Oh, hello, space baby. Oh, thanks, space baby. Great. Fuck. Okay. Alright, looks like I just need to go back here anyways. What about, God, what was that game? Anthem. What about Anthem? Has that game gotten any better? Because I thought the last I heard they were just scrapping. Forgot the game existed. Yeah, so did nearly everybody else. I only mentioned it because I saw it in the EA Access promo thing, or the subscription thing, where you give EA like $10 and then they give you their whole catalog for, or almost their whole catalog for a month. And that was one of the games on it. Supposed to jump into this thing. Okay. Last I am the last. Matt McMuscles, what happening? I'm gonna go with no. This looks like a final boss portal or something. If I had to hazard a guess here. This looks like something out of Elder Scrolls. Okay. This is a neat effect, though. They had neat particle effects in this game, especially for 98. Mortal Kombat, yeah. Hear that, or to Oblivion. Oh, there's audio happening here. There's somebody who's talking in the game. Hold up. Yeah, there's scientists saying, thank God you're here, and something else. Interesting. Yeah, that was about there. Okay. Super best friends? Nope. Although then again, I don't watch the big YouTubers, because I form my own opinions on things. Mass Effect Andromeda is your favorite? That's the one that I haven't played. Nihilland. Okay. Oh. Giant space baby. Okay, these look important. All right, let's scope out the... So we got all those that I can probably hit those from down below. There's a healing pool up here. There's my skull. So those are the same color as the energy balls around the boss. It's death, by the way. It looks like we got some sort of floating island over there. Okay. I'm not sure how I'm gonna safely land on this. There must be some sort of, like, way to break your fall besides with your legs. Okay. Okay. This is probably the final boss, so I'll... No reason to hang on to this ammo.
15%. Power 30%.
Alright, more space babies up there. Nice textures in this room. Yeah.
45%.
Alright. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what ammo did we get here? 2 rockets. So now that I took out those other things, I assume the strat is going to be shoot it a whole lot. And hope for the best. Okay, I'm just gonna load my save there. I don't want to run back up. Alright, giant baby. Okay. Alright. Take more ammo. Alright. Okay. Now what? I don't even... There's a teleporter up there. Oh, do I have to jump on these or something? Right this up? There we go. Okay. Be in 20 minutes whenever we make it up here. Okay. Rockets, alright. Oh. don't see any other supplies around here. There's probably some more underwater, but I don't dare go over there. Okay. Yeah, like so that didn't hurt me, so why did the one in the boss room hurt me?
25%.
Okay.
40%.
Alright, that gave me rifle grenades there. Okay, probably gotta take that one up. Of course.
Automatic medical morphine administered.
Alright, so you probably have to jump way up there. Or there's a different one to take. How do I get up there? There must be like a really high jump. One over there. Okay. I'm guessing that's where I need to go. Probably gotta shoot into the opening for the head thing. Okay, so this up to there. Yeah. And drop a few of these into giant alien baby. Assuming this is that.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh. Or rather, in the hazard suit, I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As for the suit, I think you've earned it. The border world, Zen, is in our control for the time being, thanks to you. Quite a nasty piece of work you managed over there. I am impressed. That's why I'm here, Mr. Freeman. I have recommended your services to my employers, and they have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me that you have limitless potential. You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble deciding what to do. If you're interested, just step into the portal, and I will take that as a yes. Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived. Time to choose. It's time to choose.
All right, time for the battle. Not gonna work for you.
Well, it looks like we won't be working together. No regrets, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, all right, hold up.
Time to choose. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
Status hired, awaiting assignment. All right, there's the two endings. Okay, we did it. 63 deaths. 296 save scums. A bit under 9 hours. On medium difficulty. Sure, this is fitting music. Did I break everything by loading my save? We just This is a way better ending than whatever they had planned. Okay. All right. Half-Life 1. Nice. Let's cut the timer on that then. Get this one wrapped up. Okay, Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1, huh? For wrap up. Okay, completed? Yeah. Cheated? Well, I got stuck in the floor multiple times, and one of the times I turned on SV cheats and then no clip to get myself out of the wall. But besides that, I did not. So, legit completion here. Okay, things I liked. Cool storytelling. Yes, telling. Let's see. Combat was fun. Lots of flexibility in how to engage. Yes. Great looking game for 1998. Yeah, that death ladder right about there is... What even was that? So that was right here. 2/3 of the way in. What was this? I can't remember. Let's see. Enemy AI was clever. Let's see. Music was sparse, but when it was there, it was nice. Teleporting to Zen? No, I only died once teleporting to Zen. This is like 10 to 15 deaths all in close proximity. Yeah, it might have been the tank. Oh, I know what it is. It was the... Yeah, it was the... No, it was a sniper nest. It was a guy in a sniper nest. Was that one. And I kept dying to him over and over and over and over again. It was right before the munitions depot, I think. Was where that was. Because it's so dumb. There's nothing to shoot in those things. Let's see. Decent length at 9 hours. That's everything that really comes to mind here. Okay, things I did not like. A few cheap deaths. Unnecessary jump scares. Yeah, that was really the end of the game. That is the actual end of the game. Welcome to Half-Life storytelling. It only gets worse. Yeah, G-Man gives you a job offer. You can either accept it or decline it. The canon choice is to accept it to get in the portal. And I believe for later games, they don't give you multiple choices for endings because they figured they're probably going to make more of these games, so they should have it all stay at least somewhat sensible. Let's see here. There's not much to not like about this one. Like, what can I really nitpick about this? Like, there's very little that is not great about this. Yeah. Yeah, the reverb. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Some problems with collision and getting stuck in walls. No, the reverb is cool. Like, I liked the reverb. Water levels. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, underwater parts are bad. Also, platforming and first-person shooters, stop. Don't do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, that covers the gripes. The platforming and first-person shooters, like, come on. Come on. I'll play a platformer if I want to do that. Dank memes. Sure, it's got some. Drum bass, absolutely. Alamaus, absolutely. Okay, difficulty easy to hard. So I played on medium. So I sure save scummed a lot. And sure, I had the choice to not save scum. But the game lets you do it. So I'm gonna do it. If it gives you a button to literally save wherever you want and then load wherever you want, I'm gonna do it. And that certainly played into difficulty. Like, if I had to keep repeating long sections over and over and over again, that would certainly make the game more difficult and probably lower my opinion of the game. I think the difficulty was fine, though. There sure was a lot of cheap deaths, but nothing felt insurmountable, and certainly once you get towards the end of the game, when you get like the infinite ammo gun, things certainly get quite a bit easier. So I'd say all told, like most of the puzzles were pretty easy too, as far as puzzles can only get so difficult in first-person games, and these it was mostly straightforward and linear. Like, you didn't have to backtrack too much in this. I'm gonna say probably middle of the road. This is just about right, I'd say, in terms of difficulty. Breakdown, yes, Breakdown on the original Xbox is on the to-do list. I played a few minutes of that game, and it is a very video game. It's one of those games where you could see your arms in the game world, and you could box in that game, and it was weird. Okay, rating 1 to 5. This is pretty easy. This game is great. Even back in the day in 1998, it was great. Nowadays, I think it still holds up. Like the models look a little chunky because, you know, they didn't have many polygons. But like everything just fits together nicely in this game. And this is another reason why I played this with the HD models turned off to show what the original models were. And God, it looks really good. Another reason why I played with the HD models turned off is that they kind of clash with the original level geometry. The original level geometry is still a bunch of like flat planes and 90-degree angles and very 1998 game engine stuff. But then once you drop in the high quality 2001 or 2002 models into it, it ends up looking weird, which is the reason why I kept with the original models there. But yeah, this game is fun. Like if you like first-person shooters, chances are you're probably gonna like this game. This is a great example of the genre. This is more of a narrative first-person shooter than a like arcade action one, like a Quake or a Doom would be. And this is probably one of the best examples of this type of first-person shooter. And yeah, it still holds up today. Super fun. Perfect length. It doesn't drag on for too long. The end game parts can be a bit of a drag with the platforming. But hey, at least it's relatively short. That part where things get really frustrating. So, that's it. Boom. 5 out of 5. Great game. Would play again, but not for a very long time. Okay. All right. Committing. All right. So next, before we move on to Portal, which it looks like we will be getting to Portal tonight, I want to finish this. Vanguard Bandits. Oh, that's interesting that it removes... Okay, I found a bug in my thing. So we are very, 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 very close to the end of Vanguard Bandits. I made a save in the middle of the final mission. And I figured out, I looked up a guide on what the hell happens in that mission, and we were this close to actually finishing it last time. Like, the exact spot where I said, okay, I'm gonna do something weird because I want to do science here. If I had just kept going from that point, we would have beaten it. But now I know that I know exactly what happens now in that final mission, and we will beat it. So, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I got to get stuff set up here for Vanguard Bandits. We're going to beat that one, and then we'll likely be starting Portal in, let's say, an hour from now. So, hey, if you don't want to watch boring anime strategy RPG, I don't blame you. In an hour, though, we'll be doing Portal. So, I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll do that. Stay tuned, if you want. All right. So, boring anime game. Let's finish it up, shall we? Okay. All right. So, where we last left off in boring anime strategy game here, we are on the final battle here against the super bad big boy mech that has the power to mind control. So the big bad guy mind controlled some of our old allies and foes, and you essentially have to do a boss rush at the end of the game. And so after you do the boss rush, then a bunch of Imperial reinforcements spawn in, and then after a certain amount of turns after those reinforcements come in, another wave of reinforcements comes in. And that's kind of where I threw in the towel last time. But as it turns out, that second set of reinforcements is the last set of reinforcements. So if I just stuck it out a little bit longer, we would have been able to beat the game. Fuck. Okay. But that is totally what we're gonna do now, no. Okay, so Part 7, Vanguard Bandits, 204. Let's do it. Alright. Assuming the disc loads in. Oh, we're not on SPDIF here. We're on analog. Yep. Not loading the disc, of course. This disc has to warm up for whatever reason. Oh, hey, we get to listen to that glorious ES1 startup sound again. There we go. This one always takes 2 tries. Okay, so. Alright, this is it. End of the game. They shouldn't take more than 45 minutes. Though I don't know how long the ending is, but we'll find out. Okay, so Chapter 20 in progress. Okay. So the boss is in the upper left-hand corner of the map on top of this temple thing. And he doesn't move or cast spells unless you're like right up next to him. Okay, so these are the Imperial reinforcements. Oh, I saved here. That's kind of a not great place to save, but alright. Okay, so these are the second set of reinforcements. I just gotta take out these guys and then heal up the rest of my party. And then we'll be good to go to finish off the boss. So Imperial 4, so it's Imperial 5 through 8 are the last ones to spawn. Hey Ed, welcome back. Your internet is back. Did it get disconnected or something? Let's see. You missed the end of Half-Life, Ed. I beat Half-Life with less than 69 deaths, which I consider a great victory. Okay, I gotta heal Devlin if I can. Okay. So yeah, we are less than an hour away from beating this game, and then once we do that, I'm gonna move on to Portal. So that's that is the game after this one. All right, so Sadira is a NPC controlled character. I can't control what she does. She'll do her own thing. She kind of screwed up the beginning of the mission because she aggroed things too early. Okay, so I don't want to get hit by cutting wheel. That does a ton of damage. Oh, this is probably the best trade I can make, though. Okay. Yeah, the other ending that's possible to get for this track is to have the bad ending, which in order to get that, you have to have really bad links with the rest of your squad by having them just die repeatedly in the fights, and then you're forced to kill everybody. Forced to kill your own team, which is very morbid. All right, 93%. Okay. And yeah, also continually worth noting that this is the A scenario. There's also a B scenario and a C scenario, and apparently B and C are way better than A. So this is unfortunately the default scenario that you get in the game is by far and away the worst one, which is unfortunate, but whatever. So if this game interests anybody watching it, just know that there is much more to this game. How did I only get 30 XP for that? Huh. All right, we gotta get Andrew out of there because he's gonna die otherwise. We're just gonna have him stay put if we can. All right, so he can't attack with cutting wheel, neither can he. Let's get some damage on this guy. Oh, also, in doing my research about this mission, for why things weren't happening as well as they should. So apparently there are 2 more moves that Robopope can get that I haven't unlocked yet. And apparently to unlock moves for Robopope, or moves in general in this game, are unlocked by having your stats be a certain level. And because I min-maxed... okay, so she's a healer. I need her to... I gotta get her out of harm's way ASAP. Because I min-maxed attack and weapon in Robopope, I wasn't being balanced enough with everything else. Oh, fuck. This is not good. So I'm guaranteed to lose a healer here, it looks like. Okay, well, I still have 1 other healer. Yep. Yeah, punished for min-maxing, yeah. So ideally, I want to get another level up on Robopope so that I could maybe unlock one of the 2 things. So I only have 1.5 healers left in my party now. I have an actual healer, this guy Devlin. And I'm gonna move him the fuck out of here. I do have to heal up Andrew though. Okay. Okay. Cooling mist, so this, it's actually not going to do a whole lot. Ideally, I want a cooling mist, that guy. Okay, well this will cover most of them. Alright, good. She's actually attacking the right thing this time. Okay. What about the min-maxing? Or something else? Because I am actually bummed about not getting those extra spells on Bastion. Because one of them is like a see that thing, it's now dead spell. Like that is how good one of the attacks is. And it would be a nice thing to have. I want to here. Alright, will this kill? Of course not. Fucking hell. And he's gonna be at 100 FP. Oh, God. Alright, we'll have him. We'll have Robopope bless Andrew here. Because it won't make his FP go up. He's at 21 FP. Alright, now I want to put him in front of my healer. And then... Actually, we'll... No, okay. Yeah, we're gonna put him right here, because I have to keep that healer alive. And... Sure. Yep, that casting sound, can't wait till I don't have to listen to that. Alright, Horseman. Okay. Yeah, thankfully this isn't, this doesn't require precision. Like, if this game had permadeath, then yeah, that probably would be a concern of having to do every single thing correctly. Alright, 69% chance to hit. So naturally it's gonna hit. There you go. Alright, 3 left and then the boss. So we got 3 to take down, then we can heal up, buff everybody, and then move up to the boss. Good. They're not going after the healer. Good. This is what I'd hoped to happen. Like, I'm okay if Horseman is given the business here. Because he's largely expendable. Okay. So I need to move here. And then it's most important to get Bastion's FP down to something reasonable. And Horseman's too, I guess. Alright, kick this guy. Yep. Alright, now Andrew can actually do something now. Turbulence twice. Not okay. All right. Sure. How about more decks for Bastion? All right. Ideally, the princess dies because I don't want her disrupting my plan on attacking the boss. Because apparently the boss does eventually move and become active. Okay, so that's gonna get that up to 100. Okay, so FP is gonna be 100 if I do that. And they're counter-attacking with Cutting Wheel, which is not great. Okay, that one's a defend. Alright, we'll do this. Alright, I need to... I need to have Robopope bless my other healer when I get the next good opportunity. So ideally I want Robopope to get that kill there. Because... how close is he to leveling? Like, it doesn't even say. Great. I thought it was supposed to say how close they are to leveling. Great. Alright. Well... probably too far away, and I've been getting really bad XP anyways, so... Sure. This attack, by the way, is apparently the strongest attack in the game. Like, even stronger than Robopope's, but Robopope's is a combo, I guess. So this is the strongest single hit, I guess. Alright, buff Robopope. Great, just gonna steal the kill here. Alright, this is fine. But again, this is another reason why ideally Princess does not survive till the end of the fight, because she's just screwing up everything. So had I banked on waiting until Robopope got the kill, she would have stolen it anyways. so this guy's practically dead because he's almost at 100 fatigue, and now he's most definitely dead. So that's 20 FP to do that. Can I just kill with this? No. What about this? No. This? Okay, well this is gonna put him up to 100 anyways, and it's 40% chance to kill, so this is fine. Yep, okay. That's fine because now guaranteed to kill. Kill with that. And I didn't want to put unnecessary fatigue points on Horseman. FP is fatigue because apparently the pilots get so exhausted during this that if they use up, or if their fatigue gets to 100, they lose their turn. Okay, so let's start healing the party here. Alright. So we're essentially going to have everybody just form a circle around my healers. Once I get rid of this last Imperial. And everybody's just gonna be healed for a whole bunch of turns. And then we'll go after the boss, because the boss is programmed to not do anything until you go after him. Yeah, that's true. Like, imagine being closer to the source of that sound and not way up in the sky. Okay. Is this counterattacked? No. Alright, so he's gonna be at full fatigue, but that's fine because the others are gonna finish off this guy. Alright, go get him, princess. And unfortunately, there's no friendly fire in this game, because otherwise I just would have... I just shanked the princess right after taking out this guy. But no can do. Okay, so this guy's gonna be at full fatigue after this next turbulence here. Or it's not gonna let me. That's not the turbulence. Okay. Alright, Robopope is going to not do anything. And Cooling Mist. Yep, a whole lot of damage. So the boss doesn't start moving until I think 200 HP damage is done to it. So if I let the princess just go up there and wail on him, well for one, she's gonna get blown up immediately. So this is all academic, I guess. All right, so this is gonna put him up to 100 fatigue. Sure, fine. Alright. So then once you take out this guy, I'm going to make another in-mission save. So I don't have to do all that all over again. Okay. Who needs healing? Alden needs it the most. Of course she's... Oh, she didn't kill Steel this time. Miracles do happen. Okay. Andrew Nader. All right, everybody get in healing formation here. So also, ideally, I want him kind of in the center because we can do Cooling Mist and get the FP back for everybody in range. And nobody needed it, of course. Okay. All right. Okay, so gotta heal up him. Horseman needs a lot of healing. Alright, so this is it. There aren't gonna be any more enemy reinforcements. It's just us and the boss. And, yeah, you go get the boss, Princess. Go get him. Alright, so the boss's attack range is from here, and then these three, and then, of course, everything around him. So right there is where you can first start to get hit by the boss. And the boss has 662 HP. Sure. So, the hardest I've ever been able to hit is like 150, and that's with Robopope. And I guess this guy can also hit for that hard. So everybody's gonna need all the buffs all at once. Gotta be at full health. Alright, so I'll move him there and get the healing from Robopope and from the others. So this guy has the most defense, so I'll get him up front. Oh, that's him. Okay. Alright. Princess is not going to be around for much longer. Alright, go get him, Princess. More damage. Yep. Okay, well that solves our princess problem. But yeah, things... Final boss hits pretty hard. Okay. I'm probably good without that, Sure, let's just save here. Okay. Alright, Robopope. So ideally I get the fatigue points of the boss up here. Okay, so this is a danger spot. All right, we'll move everybody up as far as I can without the boss aggroing. I'm gonna leave the healers slightly behind. Okay, I'm pretty sure everybody else is at 0 FP. So we good to go. Okay. Alright. So he's just defending, so all this is gonna do is give him more FP. Alright, the big damage. Okay. So that's gonna kill. Turbulence is okay. Turbulence is a defend, which is nice. Tornado is not a defend. That's an avoid. Okay. All right. So all this is just to get the FP up, and I could do it twice. Or no. No, I can't. Barely doesn't have enough FP. Alright. So what can he do from here? The Heaven's Gate. So this guy has a shit ton of defense. And even with this, he is still nearly dead after one round. With this guy. 69%. Like if I do... Man. Okay, well, it's a chance to do some damage at least. And then he's just gonna get nearly killed. Okay. Alright, I want to keep my healers slightly out of range. We'll buff Robopope. Alright. Not sure, yeah. Burst of fire, defend. Dang, he recovers FP really quickly. Okay, 60% chance to hit. Come on. Fuck. Alright, more turbulence to get that FP up. Be nice if I could cast it twice. Okay. so that's just gonna be in a void. 48% and decent damage. Come on. Come on. Alright. So not quite close enough to heal here. Okay, that's gonna kill him. That's also gonna kill him, practically. So we'll... Sure. Okay, turbulence. So it sure looks like I can just chip away at this guy. Wind strike, does that do anything decent? 78 and a bit more damage. Like his FP is getting up there. Because turbulence does use up a lot of FP. And I guess I can try lowering his attack. So 39% chance to hit. And any attack lowering thing will certainly help out here for survivability, so I'll give this a go. Come on, please hit. Please. Okay, sick. Alright, so he's got a damage debuff now. Okay. And then if we increase Robopope's dex, they'll have an easier time hitting the boss. Okay. And yeah, we'll do this. So ideally I want to get Bastion behind the boss, if I can. Okay, so all he can do is defend that, and it'll get his FP up to 80. Come on, please hit. Please hit with one of these. Alright, it was deflected, but I think we still got the FP damage in. We did, okay. So 80 FP. Okay. It's still 80 FP, so we might be able to... Alright, so the boss is going to be at 100 FP here. Alright. Which means every single attack will connect. So I need to take advantage of this opportunity to... heal up and move people into position. So I can't move behind the boss. Okay. Okay. All right. So the extra unlocks are based off of overall stats, and because I min-maxed pound weapon, I didn't unlock all of the cool abilities that Robopope has, so I need to get defense up and then work on agility and defense, because I believe I need to get this up to 17 or so for everybody, for everything to get more moves. So now I have Splitting Smash, so I have this ability now, which is new. And that uses 80 AP with 15 of that. Okay. We have to take advantage of this high FP on the boss here to get all the hits that we can, and also heal when appropriate. Okay. Alright, Alden is going to Cooling Mist everybody, so they can get back into the action ASAP. Okay, and then we gotta hit him with the best thing we can right now, which is probably Tackle. Either that, or I hit him with the Avoid down, the Avoid debuff. Actually hit debuff is probably what I want. Though it's probably still gonna be 99% for everybody. So when the boss recovers, this will make it easier to hit him. So we'll do this. Because this guy doesn't hit very hard anyways, so not a big deal. Hey, Chris. Oh, you missed the end of Half-Life then? Because I beat Half-Life. Okay. 0.56. Okay. Okay, another thing that I remember from reading the guide about this, because I want to beat this ASAP, is that you have to get the killing blow with Robopope. Anybody else getting a killing blow, the boss will just heal. What? Why though? Oh, you'll see. You'll see why. Yeah, that sounds bad, but there is a decent reason. There is an okay reason. Okay, so let's get him down to 30. There is a reason. You'll see. Alright, so now the boss can't even move either. Okay. Yep, the reason is anime, you guessed it. That is actually why. Alright, get ready for anime. %. Okay. Are you ready for anime? It's time. Oh, that's right. We got knocked out. Never mind. Anime will have to wait another turn. Okay. Alright, 45% chance to anime. Is there anything else I can do that is a slightly better? %41% chance of anime. We'll go with this one. Alright. 45% chance of this shit being over. It's anime time, boys.
Faulkner! What can you possibly hope to accomplish using Solwarn's black power? It's quite simple, actually. I desire all humanity to bow before me.
I will not allow that to happen if it's within my power.
You see, the country in which I was born was ruined by the Empire. Or so I thought, until I learned the kingdom had committed that heinous act. That revelation drove me to slip into the Empire. Now that I see the hypocrisy on both sides, I shall destroy the kingdom and the Empire.
But Faulkner, there's no need to involve innocent people in your revenge. You seek to destroy both the kingdom and empire. But don't you see? You're repeating the same mistakes you witnessed.
At some point, the weak are to be trampled by the strong. It's inevitable.
Just forgive and forget. Let it go, Faulkner.
It's not a matter of forgiving and forgetting, Prince Charming. This is harsh reality. My reality. My power over the continent shall grow to be absolute. No one shall hold sway over me again.
You're wrong, Faulkner. Zolwarn will own your soul. You had a choice. Choosing to visit pain upon innocence was the wrong one. They knew nothing of your past. And besides, even if you do make them suffer, their pain won't heal the pain you feel over your lost loved ones. Can't you see that? Your quest for absolute domination won't fill the void in your soul.
Enough speech, boy. Your words cannot save you from defeat in battle. Ha!
I won't lose to
you. You'll have to try harder than that, boy.
I cannot let you win, Faulkner. For the sake of my nation, for the sake of my friends, and for my sake, you shall be stopped.
Enough babbling! Zolvarn longs for new blood! Stand and perish!
I will defeat you for the honor of all those that perish to stop you!
Ha! Dream on, whelp!
You'll never win, Faulkner.
Perhaps this will be more to your liking. Ha!
Take this!
The time has come to end this cheap charade.
You can't seal me in darkness. I summon forth the light. Goodbye, Faulkner. I pity you.
What? This is impossible. His power is breaking through.
30 damage.
Everything I am is over.
Faulkner.
Nice. And then the crackle of the audio being done. Nice. So Faulkner's voice did not seem very fitting. I would not have guessed that would be Faulkner's voice. And yeah. That is why you can only do the killing blow with Robopope. Because anime has to happen. And you can't have your healer guy do the epic final kill. So what happens if you get the what would be the killing blow with anybody else, the boss heals back up to like 200-ish. Nice. A very important anime business here. After a great victory. This guy's got even more epic sideburns. All right. Working designs. Oh yeah, that guy's here too. So that was the Emperor? Wait. Is this fourth wall breaking about the anime eyes of main character? Nice text box. Wait, we're just letting the Emperor... Okay. Sure. This seems wise. Me too. Save Vanguard. Okay. We saw 28 out of 32 Robo Pokemon. 20 out of 56 won. And that's the new game plus save. All right, Victor Island. Five translators? course, Bastard is a Chad. And only 2 voice actors. So that's the... Yep. Okay. So it looks like they had 3 artists total on the team. Lyrics Victor Island. Okay, so there are a whole bunch of people working on the anime stuff for this, but wow. All right. There's a larger team working on the anime for this than for the rest of the game total. First, thanks, Cindy. All right, I'm gonna hit a button. Start. I think the song's almost over. Okay. Yep, and then, of course. And then probably main menu. Yep. Interesting. Okay. All right, yeah. So what's the picks for what the save file is going to look like for this? I am guessing the save file is going to look like okay, I have a left field pick for what it might be. So, according to the assets here, so you think it might be a robot, right? What I'm thinking is that. So this is something that we never saw in the Kingdom, the A scenario, but it might be this thing. So this is the behind the disc artwork in the game case, and we saw most of these characters. We didn't see her though, so she's probably in the Empire route or the Ruins route through the story. Because there's the princess on the left, there's their mechanic guy. This guy, by the way, is he's the protagonist of the third scenario. The secret third scenario is led by this guy. And then there's a pilot of the Robopope, there's Horseman, and there's Childhood Waifu. But yeah, let's see. So that's what I think it might be. Let's see. And oh, okay. It's just that's pretty disappointing. Not gonna lie. That's just all right. It's a shield with Robopope cross on it. Sure. And who knows if that's the original one or if that's Working Design's doing, but that's That's not great. All right, let's cut the timer here on that one. Okay. Get that off my memory card. Get that shit out of here. Okay. All right, let's wrap up boring anime strategy game. Get my TV switched over here so it doesn't turn off. Okay. Alright, Vanguard Bandits, huh? Completed? Yes, we completed 1 out of the 3 scenarios, but that is way more than good enough for me. Cheated? No, we didn't. This was 100% legit. Okay, things I liked. For a strategy RPG, this was pretty accessible. Some of the dialogue was occasionally funny. There's a lot to this game if you play all 3 routes. Everything else. Let's see. Dialogue is boring. Strange choices in music choice. A lot of mechanics are not explained at all in the game or the manual. A lot of very inappropriate dialogue. Let's see. Really boring. Really, really boring. Yeah, that covers most of that. Secrets of coolness cannot be taught, they must be learned. Sharking. Sure. Sideburns. Sure. Alright, drum and bass. I think there was some. Oh yeah, that's right. Yep. Screeching sound effects. Pooter pirate. Pooter pirate, and there was also steel enema. I think that was it for those. Okay. Alright, drum and bass. I don't recall any. And Alamau's... No, it was just giant robots and mind control things. So, nah. Okay, difficulty easy to hard. So, I only died twice. And... I was only really stressing about 3 out of those 20 missions. And there isn't a whole lot of complexity to this, and also it tells you the results of each choice that you make before you make it. So you can go through the list of attacks and pick the safest option in most every case, and that's what I did for nearly the whole game, and that was enough to beat the game. So clearly you don't really have to take risks or anything. You don't have to be good at strategy games to do this. Things get a little hairy towards the end, but it was certainly nothing unmanageable. So I'm gonna say that this is below average difficulty, but not super easy. But this certainly was easy. Some of the difficulty in this is, hey, can you stand playing this game for long enough to beat it? All right, and then rating out of 5. So I did not enjoy my time with this game. That said, I am generally not a fan of strategy RPGs, but even then, like, there's not a whole lot to really, really love about this. The story was just some generic fantasy anime shit that Like, I tuned out of the story pretty early on, and it looks like it didn't get much better towards the end. There was hardly any character development in this whole thing. This was just like, yep, that all happened. Gameplay and mechanics wise, I guess it was fine. Like, it wasn't completely brain dead like I felt some other games that are not coming to mind can be. There was some depth to this, and there's certainly choices you could make for character development and outfitting them a different gear that you can't do in some other strategy RPGs. That adds another level of depth to the gameplay. But it kind of boils down to me that if I didn't like the game or I didn't enjoy my time with it, then the most I could give it is an average. And there's still a whole lot not to like it. Like, there wasn't multiple difficulties for it, and it just felt like it kind of didn't matter what I did for a lot of the game, because I'd end up winning all the fights anyways. So it didn't seem like it required any sort of skill in this one. It was just like, just move around enemies and move around your characters, and then it'll just work out in the end. And that worked for nearly the whole game. It wasn't until like the last 2 or 3 missions that I felt I needed to actually plan out what the hell I was going to do, because everything else was just so easy up until that point. But that said, apparently, according to what I've read online, the other 2 scenarios present in this game are much better written and have cooler missions and a lot more like changes you could do and options for outfitting your mechs than in the default one. But then again, the default path here is the one every single player is going to see who beats your game. So it's an unfortunate choice by the developers that the default one that you see is the worst, and it is kind of a trap that some developers fall into, where they start off developing their game from the actual beginning of the game, and then the game gets better as it goes on because they get more comfortable with their tools and creating it and think up cooler ideas that come into play later on, which is why one school of thought is that for developing your game, you start from the middle and then do the end and then do the beginning, so that every player gets the best version of the game right up front and center. And I get the feeling that maybe is what happened, where they developed the scenario A, and then for scenario B and C, they thought, oh, here's this cool thing that we can put in the alternate scenario. Players are going to love this whenever they unlock scenario B and C. But if they return the game to the game store or return it to the rental store because they're bored to tears by scenario A, then it kind of doesn't matter how good scenario B or C is, because shit, they lost me pretty early on in this one. I slogged through this because I wanted to beat this, but oh boy, I really hope those other scenarios are actually good. But I'll never know, because I'm not going to return to this one. So I'm going to give this one a 2 out of 5. This wasn't complete trash, but I just did not enjoy this one. I thought it was way too boring. There just wasn't enough to do, and there really wasn't any real payoff to any of the fights. Like, at least in some other games, you get a cool cutscene. But for this, it's like, hey, your reward for this is like 10 minutes of like sketchily written text in cutscenes, and then you're off to the next fight. Great. Cool. Okay. All right. So that's how I feel about this one. A 2 out of 5 for Vanguard Bandits. Okay. All right. So that wraps up Vanguard Bandits. So this was PS Explosion game number 204. Game number 205 is Galaga. Destination Earth, which let's bring this up here. So this is an arcade game, arcade-style game. So you might remember the original Galaga game from the arcades. This game is part original Galaga combat, and it's also a Star Fox clone. And I couldn't be more hype about this. I fucking love original Galaga. Like the 1980, I guess, or whenever it came out, Galaga. And I like Star Fox. So I am optimistic about Galaga Destination Earth. I don't know when we're gonna get to it because we're still in this Half-Life side thing for now. But I am optimistic for game number 205. So let's have my system pick what game number 206 is going to be. So as always, this is just randomly picked by my database system, and the genres that cannot appear are action, because I think that's what Galaga is, strategy RPG, and we also can't have strategy, because that was Civilization. Civilization was before this. So those are the three that can't appear. Anything else is fair game. So let's see what we got here. And game number 206 is Monkey Hero. Oh man. Okay. So Monkey Hero is a very special game. So I'll demonstrate this more when we actually get to it and play it. But Monkey Hero is one of the weird edge cases in the PlayStation library, because this is one of the very few PS1 games that you can actually, literally, only play on a PS1. It is very weird. This version, by the way, the North American Monkey Hero. I will get out my PS3 and my PS2, and I will show you guys what happens when you try to play Monkey Hero in anything that isn't a PS1. But it is bizarre. So we'll get to that when we get to that. So yeah, Monkey Hero, half rock, half monkey, all hero. This is like a 2,500 screens. Oh shit! Massive dungeons. Oh god, is this gonna be like a 200-hour game? Dozens of enemies and bosses and 2,500 screens. Interesting. Okay. Sure. This reminds me a little bit of Alundra 2, just looking at the screenshots of it. Huh. Yeah, like even more than Alundra. That's crazy. Okay, so anyways, that's gonna be game number 206. So we'll get to that when we get to that. And again, yeah, I'm not sure when we even get to Galaga. But Galaga should be a one-sitting and short game when we do get to that one. So we'll at least be able to get that one out of the way. But we have a lot of Half-Life business to take care of before we even think about getting to that. Okay, so moving on to the last part of the night here then is gonna be Portal. So Portal is a relatively short game, so should be able to beat it in one sitting. In theory, I guess. So I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes. I'll get things set up here for Portal, and we'll start and finish Portal. So stay tuned. Okay. Let me send out a quick tweet here. All right. So, Portal. So we finished up Half-Life 1 earlier in the stream, and we're skipping forward a little bit in the Half-Life timeline here. So Portal was a 2008 released PC game, puzzle game developed and published by Valve. So this is using the Half-Life 2 engine, called the Source engine. So it's got a whole lot of physics to it, and like story and lore wise, it's part of the Half-Life universe, but not like directly tied into Half-Life. But I still wanted to play it because it's part of the universe. So sure, there might be some sort of thing that that ties in with Half-Life Alyx, which is coming out later on this month, and that's the whole reason why I'm going through the Half-Life games, is because there's a new Half-Life game coming out later this month, and it's been a long time since they visited this universe. And also worth noting that this is 2008. Half-Life 2 came out in 2004, I believe. So this is went from 98 for Half-Life 1, 2004 for Half-Life 2, and then this became like a side thing in 2008. Alright, so this one did get a physical release. 2008 was kind of the transitionary period where games went from disc-based distributions with boxes and everything to just strictly digital, where nearly everything is nowadays. So this one you could actually get in it, and this is also part of something called the Orange Box, which is kind of a package deal for Half-Life. You could get Half-Life 2, you could get Portal, and then oh god, what was it? Team Fortress 2, I think. Back when I think you had to pay for it back then. I believe those are all part of the collection known as the Orange Box. All right, T for Teen, PC Gamer Editor's Choice, the Game Developer's Choice Awards 2008 recipient. What it won, who knows? Okay, find out why the critics are raving. The new single-player game from Valve blends adventure, puzzle, and action gaming. Portal has earned over 70 industry awards with more than 30 Game of the Year awards that celebrate its gameplay innovations and story. Start thinking with Portals. Okay. Alright, Portal challenges players to change the way they approach the possibilities in any given environment. Survive hours of new first-person puzzle challenges, open portals, move objects, and yourself through space. Portal's earned over 70 industry awards for its innovative gameplay, story, and end song still alive. Okay. Alright, T for Teen, Blood and Mild Violence. Valve, powered by Source. This is the engine the game uses. And of course, NVIDIA. The only way to play. I agree. And then here's what the box for the game you get in Steam looks like this. And then that's the high quality logo you get in the Steam client. Okay, so I'll be playing this the most recent version on Steam, fully patched and update. And yeah, that's what we'll be doing for that. So let's get going here, shall we? Get my mouse over here. Okay. All right. Portal, huh? Portal. Okay. Let's do it. Capture? There we go. All right. So yeah, that song there, that was a Half-Life 1 song. That song played when we got into the one of the outdoor parts, I think. There's a helicopter there. Start the timer here. Okay. So I'm not sure I need to quick save or use any of the quick save stuff in here. So portal render depth 2. That's probably good enough. Computer helps you aim into floor portals. Sure. Controls, WSAD, jump, duck, mouse 1, mouse 2, use item. Okay, screenshot. Alright, we'll just in case, we'll do that to match the other things. Quick game, there's a dedicated quick game button. Sure. Turn left, look up. Okay, what's under advanced? Fast weapon switch? Why do you even need that? That all looks fine to me. Subtitles, okay, we finally have subtitles here. And then we're playing this at 1080, which is fine because this actually has scaling for the UI. So that'll do for that. Okay. Test chamber 001. Let's do it. Yes, is this a blind playthrough? Yes, I have only played minutes of this one. The audio a little low here. Let's turn up that in-game audio a little bit.
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center. We hope your brief detention in the relaxation vault has been a pleasant one. The specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper. Before we start, however, keep in mind that although fun and learning are the primary goals of all Enrichment Center activities, serious injuries may occur. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from... Stand back. The portal will open in 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Okay. Alright, that's us apparently. Oh, okay. Great.
Your business is appreciated.
Actually, can we, very important. Alright, cannot flush that. Lame.
Is appreciated.
Okay. 0-0. Alright, place your bets for amount of saves and deaths, or deaths, I guess. I'm not even... Can you even die in this game? I forget. I'm assuming you can if there's quick save and quick load. Okay. Alright. We're gonna hold that open. E to pick up an object. E to drop.
Excellent. Please proceed into the chamber lock after completing each test. First, however, note the incandescent particle field across the exit. This Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it. For instance, the Aperture Science Weighted Storage Cube.
Okay. So anything we're holding. Okay. Alright, no hazards here. No cake either. Okay.
Please place the weighted storage cube on the 1500 megawatt Aperture Science Heavy Duty Super Colliding Super Button.
Okay.
Perfect. Please move quickly to the chamber lock, as the effects of prolonged exposure to the button are not part of this test.
Is there a run button in this? I'm holding down shift. Okay, so there isn't. This is just the speed you move at. Interesting. Okay. No sprinting in Portal. Yep. Our weighted cube.
You're doing very well. Please be advised that a noticeable taste of blood is not part of any test protocol, but is an unintended side effect of the Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grip, which may, in semi-rare cases, emancipate dental fillings, crowns, tooth enamel, and teeth.
Okay. Like this? Okay.
Very good. You are now in possession of the Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own portals. These intradimensional gates have proven to be completely safe. The device, however, has not. Do not touch the operational end of the device. Do not look directly at the operational end of the device. Do not submerge the device in liquid, even partially. Most importantly, under no circumstances should you...
Okay. The device, huh? We're running at 120 FPS, by the way. Got it locked to 120. I forgot to click the button in my library thing.
Please proceed to the chamber lock.
Okay.
Find the gap.
Find the gap. That means do this, I guess. Oh, are you? Okay.
Well done. Remember, the Aperture Science Bring Your Daughter to Work Day is the perfect time to have her tested.
Alright. I like that warping effect. Okay. Alright, so far 0 deaths. We're like a third of the game. Third of the way through the game. Apparently, I don't.
Welcome to Test Chamber 4. You're doing quite well.
Yeah?
To ensure the safe performance of all authorized activities, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
Okay, probably gotta... Alright, so you can grab objects through portals. Okay.
Once again, excellent work. As part of our required test protocol, we will not monitor the next test chamber. You will be entirely on your own. Good luck.
Okay. So this does a similar thing that Half-Life 1 did with the audio, where it changes if it's got reverb going, depending on what environment you're in. But it does it actually smoothly in this game, as opposed to the jarring transitions in audio in the first one. Okay, apparently we need a second portal for that to...
For your own safety, do not destroy vital testing apparatus.
I thought we weren't being monitored. Yeah. Yeah. Got him.
certain objects may be vital to your success. Do not destroy testing apparatus. As part of a required test protocol, our previous statement suggesting that we would not monitor this chamber was an outright fabrication. Good job. As part of a required test protocol, we will stop enhancing the truth in 3, 2...
All right. All right, that's chamber 6.
Safety is one of many Enrichment Center goals. The Aperture Science high-energy pellet seen to the left of the chamber can and has caused permanent disabilities such as vaporization. Please be careful.
Okay. Our first real hazard, I guess.
Unbelievable. You,
Subject name here.
must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
All right. Easy. No problem.
Warning devices are required on all mobile equipment. However, alarms and flashing hazard lights have been found to agitate the high-energy pellet and have therefore been disabled for your safety. Good. Now use the Aperture Science unstationary scaffold to reach the chamber lock.
All right. So far, so good.
Please note that we have added a consequence for failure. Any contact with the chamber floor will result in an unsatisfactory mark on your official testing record, followed by death. Good luck.
Great. Okay. Oh, jeez. Alright, so that'll kill. I want to do that, and then this to get that into there. Okay. And I want to get over this. And put that there. Okay. Some good looking water. That certainly looks better than Half-Life 1 water. But then again, pixel shaders became a thing after Half-Life 1 got released. I think it was around 2001 is when started getting more of that.
Very impressive. Please note that any appearance of danger is merely a device to enhance your testing experience.
All right. The infinite portal loop, well, we'll get there.
The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible. Make no attempt to solve it.
Alright. I won't then. Okay, so we can't bring stuff through here. According to... Yep. Okay.
the Enrichment Center apologizes for this clearly broken test chamber.
Clearly.
Once again, the Enrichment Center offers its most sincere apologies on the occasion of this unsolvable test environment. Fantastic. You remain resolute and resourceful in an atmosphere of extreme pessimism.
All right.
Hello again. To reiterate, previous one. Momentum.
All right, so we got one over there.
Spectacular. You appear to understand how a portal affects forward momentum, or to be more precise, how it does not.
Okay. Oh.
Momentum, a function of mass and velocity, is conserved between portals. In layman's terms, speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out.
Alright. Alright. That's a little trippy with the auto reorienting there. That would probably make playing this game in VR like really nauseating. Though I think Portal 2 has some sort of VR mode. I can't remember. Okay.
The Enrichment Center promises to always provide a safe testing environment. In dangerous testing environments, the Enrichment Center promises to always provide useful advice. For instance, the floor here will kill you. Try to avoid it.
Ah. Okay. Okay, so I need that. Okay, so that's gonna kill me if I go out from there.
Modified so that it can now manufacture two linked portals at once. As part of an optional test protocol, we are pleased to present an amusing fact. The device is now more valuable than the organs and combined incomes of everyone in
Subject hometown here.
Alright, so it's just left click and right click. Then we can do stuff like this. Okay. Yeah, we're thinking of the portals now. Alright. You want to do that in VR? Oh god.
Get repeated, fling yourself. Fling into space.
Huh. Antechamber? Oh, that's, is that the one with the glove, or is that Cube? Q-U-B-E? Because I think I have Cube on something, but not, I don't think I have antechamber. It's Cube? Okay. Nailed it. Perfect.
We...
Want the gun where you color block? Huh, yeah. I know of it, I've heard of it, but that's all I know about it. So yeah, we can add it to the the very long to-do list. Huh.
Now that you are in control of both portals, this next test could take a very, very long time. If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out. An intubation associate will be dispatched to revive you with peptic salve and adrenaline.
Just barely missed. Eh. Alright, so that started up that. Eh. Perfect. Eh.
As part of a previously mentioned required test protocol, we can no longer lie to you. When the testing is over, you will be missed.
Oh. Alright. Rebindable keys. Oh man. That is kind of a problem. Alright. Okay.
All subjects intending to handle high-energy gamma-leaking portal technology must be informed that they may be informed of applicable regulatory compliance issues. No further compliance information is required or will be provided, and you are an excellent test subject.
Okay. So that we need to get powered up from over there. That need some sort of... Oh. Okay. We're gonna need some momentum to get over there. Yes. And this will do for that. Okay. Nope. Alright. I am not thinking with portals right now. I had a cunning plan to do that quick, but I still just walked. do this. Okay, looks like I need to set this up in one go. Okay, blue portal going there. We need to set the orange portal. Right there. Then we can take that portal back.
Very good. A complimentary victory lift has been activated in the main chamber.
Alright, victory lift. Okay, alright, getting slightly more complicated here, but still not by much. We're using 14 whole % of our GPU for this.
The Enrichment Center is committed to the well-being of all participants. Cake and grief counseling will be available at the conclusion of the test. Thank you for helping us help you help us all.
Grief counseling? Alright. Okay, no portals through there. Alright, do you have to... Oh, geez. Oh, that... Does that work? You just... Oh. I was gonna have one directly down and then turn and then... Okay, well this worked too, I guess. Yeah, I capped it at 120. Like if I turn off VSync here, it should be about 300-ish. Yeah, 287. But there's no point in having anything quicker than that. And it actually messed up the VOD a little bit. So Half-Life 1 was running at 100. And there's actually a little bit of frame jittering going on in the VOD for Half-Life 1, because it was running at a weird frame rate. So I should have capped Half-Life 1 at 60, and that was a mistake that I'll try not to make again. Okay, so assuming if I put a portal there, it disappears. Okay. Interesting. So it looks like I need to get the ball into there, and then when it's in there, I need to change the portals. Right, let's jump from up here then, I guess. Dang it. Okay. Okay. So it needs to bounce into a portal there. Into there. So the... Okay. And then this... Okay. That should do it. Okay. Okay. Alright. This looks very dangerous, so we'll make our first quick save there. I could probably just do this. Okay. And what's the point of this area?
Did you know you can donate one or all of your vital organs to the Aperture Science Self-Esteem Fund for Girls? It's true.
One or more of my organs? Alright. Sounds like a deal. Alright. Still 0 deaths so far.
Due to mandatory scheduled maintenance, the appropriate chamber for this testing sequence is currently unavailable. It has been replaced with a live fire course designed for military androids. The Enrichment Center apologizes for the inconvenience and wishes you the best of luck.
Put me down. Are you still there? Goodbye.
Okay.
There you are. Searching.
We could just do that. Skip that one.
Mode activated. Target lost.
This is,
Searching.
Cake is a lie. I remember that. incredible meme. Are they wait? They cooking with old computer? Nice. All right. Interesting. Okay. Thunderbird. Yep. Okay.
Deploying.
Oh, I can't
Activated.
get rid of that one, can I? Okay.
There you are. Target lost.
Okay.
Hibernating.
Alright, so that got rid of that one. Oh, I can pull one above it.
Who's there?
Got him.
I don't blame you. Hello. Searching. No hard feelings.
Okay. I could probably knock him over with another turret too, rather than these things. Okay, so I guess they can reach over there. Hmm. How can I... Guess I can knock over that one. Okay. Alright, get fucked. Got him. Okay. And we got... Oh, jeez.
But you come over here.
Oh.
Shutting down. Deploying. Are you still there? Activated.
Shit.
Searching.
Shit. Okay.
There you are. Searching. Resting. Sentry mode activated.
No! Okay. Alright.
Activated. Are you still there?
Alright. That one.
Searching.
Got him.
No hard feelings.
Okay, must be the malfunction. Okay, still haven't died yet. Didn't die. Oh, come on. No. Shit. Okay.
Well done, Android. The Enrichment Center once again reminds you that Android Hell is a real place where you will be sent at the first sign of defiance.
True. All right.
The vital apparatus vent will deliver a weighted companion cube in 3, 2, 1.
All right.
This weighted companion cube will accompany you through the test chamber. Please take care of it.
Oh, okay. Alright, weighted companion cube. You and me versus the world.
The symptoms most commonly produced by Enrichment Center testing are superstition, perceiving inanimate objects as alive, and hallucinations. The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube will never threaten to stab you and, in fact, cannot speak.
Eh? Alright, so we get that. That should bounce into there. Okay. Alright, weighted companion cube. Oh shit. They keep coming.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that the weighted companion cube cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice.
Okay. Got more stuff over here. This. Oh jeez. Another cube, I guess. Oh. Okay. So which one? The yellow one.
The companion cube cannot speak. In the event that the weighted companion cube does speak, the Enrichment Center urges you to disregard its advice.
Oh. Did that power it up? It did. It okay. Totally intended. Not how I drew up the play, but I'll take it, I guess. Probably supposed to bring the cube with me. Of course. Yep, that was an IQ play there. I take full credit for that.
You did it. The weighted companion cube certainly brought you good luck. However, it cannot accompany you for the rest of the test and, unfortunately, must be euthanized. Please escort your companion cube to the Aperture Science Emergency Intelligence Incinerator. You euthanized your faithful companion cube more quickly than any test subject on record. Congratulations.
All right. What could I do? I had to. Robot lady told me to do it. Robot lady told me to do it. I'm gonna do it.
The experiment is nearing its conclusion. The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Sure. Oh, geez. Okay. Not never, bat now. Courage is not the absence of fear. Okay. There's another derelict PC. Man, that's a shiny wall. Okay. Real science. I don't know. Maybe if the weighted companion cube is there for more than one test chamber, I might get emotional about it, but not like this. Yeah. Which one would I want to do here? Okay, this is probably... Need to get a lot of momentum here. Okay. 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 Got him. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Everything's normal. This is fine. Okay. That solves our turret problem. So now what? Okay, we gotta get that into there. We have to hit that button. And then okay. And then I need to place a blue portal there, and then one there. And then fall to my death and die. Shit. Okay. I had a great plan up until that point. That fucking why does that have to be so close to the okay. Why? Okay. All right. Make a quick save there. Now what? There's a button down there that does something. Okay. There's no teleport surfaces down there. Okay. So this, what does that even do? Okay. The hell's the point of that? So I need to get launched through there. Oh, okay. I gotta place portal there and then do a right-click portal down there. And that'll launch me over to that. Okay. Okay, so right-click on the wall over there, go through it after pressing the button, then turn to the right, drop down, and then place a portal to get launched. Whoop, why is... Why is this... Okay. Alright, we are thinking with portals. Okay, so then from here... Where does this even need to go? There's Okay, we'll bring this with us. Don't think there's a weighted thing over there. I probably have to hit that button again and then bring this cube through that, this opening right here. That means I gotta get back over there. Do that there. Or I can just do that. Go down here, hit this. This. Hit the cube, bring it through here. Do this. And then don't die here. Okay. And then this looks horrible. Okay. So this is probably just get a whole bunch of momentum and then switch it in midair. Okay, I see. Okay. And then when I come through it, I need to turn to the right, and then it's a left click. And then a right click. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Right click.
Well done.
Okay.
Be advised that the next test requires exposure to uninsulated electrical parts that may be dangerous under certain conditions. For more information, please attend an Enrichment Center Electrical Safety Seminar.
Okay. My mouse sensitivity is a little too low. Or I guess the mouse speed is a little too low to do that easily, but I still did it. I should probably just turn it up now. There we go. Okay. Probably gonna need this to be more responsive now.
Welcome to the final test. When you are done, you will drop the device in the Equipment Recovery Annex. Enrichment Center regulations require both hands to be empty before any cake...
Okay. Alright, so we gotta get that into there. So that needs to... Oh, shit. Okay. Dang it. So I think there's something that you could do if you like stand right on the threshold here. You can right click like that and then left click there. And then and then die. Nice. Alright. Didn't quite make it. Oh, that's what the inbounds run is? Shit. Alright, that death count's going up. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations. The test is now over. Aperture technologies remain safely operational up to 4,000 degrees Kelvin. Rest assured that there is absolutely no chance of a dangerous equipment malfunction prior to your victory incandescence. Thank you for participating in this Aperture Science computer-aided enrichment activity. Goodbye.
Okay.
What are you doing? Stop it. We are pleased that you made it through the final challenge where we pretended we were going to murder you. We are very, very happy for your success. We are throwing a party in honor of your tremendous success. Place the device on the ground, then lie on your stomach with your arms at your sides. A party associate will arrive shortly to collect you for your party. Make no further attempt to leave the testing area. Assume the party escort submission position or you will miss the party.
Okay. Probably. Okay. Alright, time for the party. Party goer, there we go. Achievement unlocked. So apparently this is as far as I've ever been. Alright. Oh no, a locked door. Whatever will I do?
Hello? Where are you? I know you're there. I can feel you here. Hello?
Eh? Oh, it's the Aperture Science PC building suite. Okay, can't portal through there. So I came from down there. Likely need to get over there, maybe? Or through there? Looks like I gotta get to that catwalk. And... looks like... through there and... okay. Alright, go up apparently. Sure. Read any of this? Harge eggs. Sediment shaped sediment. E-fish. Cup or butter or margarine softened. Ethyl benzene. Prepared coconut. Is this cake recipe? Huh. Sure. A delicious cake. All right. That probably wasn't where I was supposed to go. Okay. All right, probably need to be launched from there, like this.
What are you doing? You haven't escaped, you know. You're not even going the right way. Hello? Is anyone there?
Okay. Cake is a lie. We're using this texture. Okay. This looks safe. Sure. Don't want to play this part in VR. All right. Love how everything is just filthy. Everything not in a test chamber.
Okay, the test is over now. You win. Go back to the recovery annex for your cake. It was a fun test, and we're all impressed at how much you won. The test is over. Come back.
Oh, this is the first test chamber. Oh, okay. Oh, wait a second. I need to think with portals. Duh, I have portals. Eh. Oh. Sure. Okay, so this is the underside of one of the test chambers. Okay, so that works. Likely need to get up there. But how is the better question. I probably need to get on top of this. And just ride that across. Okay. And that was a portable surface. Oh, I guess I could just... Alright. We're thinking with portals. Okay. Sure. And then... This looks very safe. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. So far, so good.
You're not even going the right way. Where do you think you're going? Because I don't think you're going where you think you're going.
Yeah, I need to get up there. Looks like there's... Oh, alright. This works. Okay. Just back the way I came? No. Okay.
Didn't we have some fun, though? Remember when the platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like, no word. And then I was off. We pretended we were going to murder you. That was great.
That was great.
Is anyone there?
This seems safe. Okay, it's just gonna jam me through here. Alright. Okay. And... Sure. Oh, I probably have to do the... Alright. So, one here. Okay.
You really shouldn't be here. This isn't safe for you. It's not too late for you to turn back. I'm not angry. Just go back to the testing area.
There? No? The hell do I go from here? I don't even see where I would go from here. Alright, let's reset this. Alright, according to that, over here. And it's... Maybe it's that? No, that's one of those. Oh, okay. Through there. And... I don't even see any portable surfaces up there, though. I can't go through there. Yeah, I'm not getting any... I'm not even sure where I... Oh, right here, maybe? Okay, so this is that one. So we'll do that, and then this, and then what the hell can I do here? Like, I don't even see an opening to, Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Got it. It just... Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Easy. Okay. Probably have to drop down in there. Perhaps on this side? No? Okay, they don't even let you drop in on that side. Yeah, easy. No problem. I didn't die. If it was hard, I would have died. Come on.
I feel sorry for you, really, because you're not even in the right place. You should have turned left before. It's funny, actually, when you think about it. Someday we'll remember this and laugh, and laugh, and laugh. Oh boy. Well, you may have to come on back.
Okay. There's no easy portable surfaces to get to here. I'm supposed to do this. Oh, I'm probably supposed to get on top of that. Like that, and then... Okay. Ha! Alright. And then... Sure. Alright, got your water, food, and computers. All you need. That's all I'm gonna need pretty soon. Because apparently there's a whole bunch of coronavirus cases that they've been trying to keep under wraps in my local area. Somebody on Facebook spilled the beans today of, oh, by the way, there's been a shitload of patients for it. Oh, shit. That they didn't disclose until somebody offhand mentioned it. Oh, shit. Alright, didn't die. So yeah, I have even less reason to leave the house now. Okay. Didn't die.
Sentry mode activated.
Okay. Alright. Versus new Amazon. I just I have Soylent, so I have enough Soylent to last a while, so I'm good on that. But yeah, up in the Bay Area, and a lot of the reported cases are in San Jose, so like every single tech company is going to be affected by this now. So if they weren't already working remotely, they are going to be now, because it is for sure a bunch of confirmed cases in the region. Yeah, assuming I gotta go there. I can bring a barrel with me. Yeah.
You're not a good person. You know that, right? Good people don't end up here.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Alright. I got my weighted companion barrel. We're good to go. I think I'm gonna have to abandon my weighted companion barrel.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Oh man. I gotta find a more comfortable way to to do my mouse and keyboard setup here, because this is killing my wrists. Yeah. So I probably got to use the top of this to launch myself over there. So that, and then probably jump from more high up if I can. Cake is a lie. Cake is a lie. Yep. Okay. Don't know how I'm gonna get momentum here though. Oh, like this. The same way you get momentum everywhere else.
This is your fault. It didn't have to be like this. kidding now. Turn back or I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. And all the cake is gone. You don't even care, do you? This is your last chance.
Okay. Oh, they won't let you bring the companion barrel in here. That works. Just gonna do some portal shenanigans to not get hit by that. Okay. I had no idea that that was even a thing either. Yeah. Yeah, I played through all of Portal 2. A little bit after it came out, and yeah, there's a lot more to that one, and it's a much longer game. But I really enjoyed that one. But we'll probably get to Portal 2. I don't know, maybe after Half-Life 2. Just because it's going to be so much longer. Oh, I probably have to... Okay, this is probably where you have to bring the other missile. Aha! Okay. Okay. Thinking with portals, boys. And then... probably gotta bring something here. That or... maybe break... okay, yeah. So blue portal... there. Okay. Let's put that somewhere else. Man, this is clever puzzle design. This is very neat. Uh-oh. The hardest enemy in Half-Life 1. What is the physics of this? Amazing timing. All right, we'll get there eventually. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I have a feeling there's going to be turrets in here. If I had to guess. No? Okay. Oh. Okay, let's get a survey of the room, shall we? Oh, hey. Okay, so I need to left click through there, right click onto that. Oh, shit. Oh. Shit. Nope. Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright. We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay, I can't jump in this either. Okay, can I inch my way forward here? Yeah. Okay. And then can we just cheese this? Nope. Okay. So we left click here, and then I gotta look down and right click real quick. Perfect. Nailed it. Alright, that was just for the achievement. Okay. Try this again, shall we? Okay, so I gotta left click onto this, right click down here. Fuck you. Ugh. Okay. Where am I? Oh god. That's a great place to autosave. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. We did it. Okay, so left click under that one. Okay. Yep, the autosave cheese. Nailed it. Okay. And then... What the... Okay, I guess I just leave that there and jump through it. Oh. Perfect. Okay. And that one. Okay. Sure. Eh? Oh, Black Mesa. FS2 protocol, Black Mesa personnel overpaid given limited skill set ambition. Oh, okay, so Aperture Science is a separate entity from Black Mesa. Okay. And they're both competing for government funding. Huh. All right, so here's the Half-Life tie-in. So Black Mesa taking all their contracts. Okay. All right, just loops. Okay. I knew there was some sort of synergy. So yeah, that confirms that this takes place in the Half-Life verse. Eh? Yes.
Well, you found me. Congratulations. Was it worth it? Because despite your violent behavior, the only thing you've managed to break so far is my heart. Maybe you could settle for that, and we'll just call it a day. I guess we both know that isn't going to happen. You chose this path. Now I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4... Time out for a second. That wasn't supposed to happen. Do you see that thing that fell out of me? What is that? It's not the surprise. I've never seen it before. Never mind. It's a mystery I'll solve later. By myself. Because you'll be dead. Where are you taking that thing? I wouldn't bother with that thing. My guess is that touching it will just make your life even worse, somehow.
Oh.
I don't want to tell you your business, but if it were me, I'd leave that thing alone. Do you think I'm trying to trick you with... You're kidding me. Did you just stuff that aperture science thing, we don't know what it does, into an aperture science emergency intelligence incinerator? That has got to be the dumbest thing that... Whoa. Good news. I figured out what that thing you just incinerated did. It was a morality core they installed after I flooded the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin to make me stop flooding the enrichment center with a deadly neurotoxin. So get comfortable while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters. That core may have had some ancillary responsibilities. I can't shut off the turret defenses. Oh well. If you want my advice, you should just lie down in front of a rocket. Trust me. It'll be a lot less painful than a neurotoxin. All right. Keep doing whatever it is you think you're doing. Killing you and giving you good advice aren't mutually exclusive. The rocket really is the way to go. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic cracking unit. It made shoes for orphans. Nice job breaking it, hero.
I gotta
This
that
brave. It's
to line up with her.
what I ever do to you. The difference between us is that I can feel pain. You don't even care.
Shit. Hey. Hey, these line up with her? Shit.
Did you hear me? I said you don't care. Are you listening?
Okay, there must be a different angle.
That's it. I'm done reasoning with you. Starting now, there's going to be a lot less conversation and a lot more killing.
Shit.
What was that? Did you say something? I sincerely hope you weren't expecting a response, because I'm not talking to you.
There we go.
The talking is over.
Okay. Oh.
Who are you? What is that? Oh, what's that? What's that? What is that? Do you smell something burning? Oh, that thing has numbers on it. Hey, look at that thing. No, that other thing.
You think you're doing some damage?
2 + 2 is...
In base 4, I'm fine. I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed to destroy that part of me. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to now, I can't get the neurotoxin into your head any faster. Given every opportunity to succeed, there was even going to be a party. A big party that all your friends were invited to. I invited your best friend, the companion cube.
Dang it.
Of course, he couldn't come because you murdered him. All your other friends couldn't come either because you don't have any other friends, because of how unlikable you are. It says so right here in your personnel file. Unlikable. Liked by no one. A bitter, unlikable loner whose passing shall not be mourned. Shall not be mourned. That's exactly what it says. Very formal. Very official. It also
Oh shit. Okay.
adopted. So that's funny too. Speaking of curiosity, you're curious about what happens after you die, right? Guess what? I know. You're going to find out firsthand before I finish explaining it, though.
Oh shit.
I won't bother. Here's a hint. You're gonna want to pack as much living as you can into the next couple of minutes. That thing you burned up isn't important to me. It's the fluid catalytic. Neurotoxin. So deadly. Joking.
I'm kidding.
The deadly was in massive sarcasm quote. I could take a bath in this stuff, put it on cereal, rub it right into my eyes. Honestly, it's not deadly at all. You, on the other hand, are going to find its deadliness a lot less funny. Who's gonna make the cake when I'm gone? You. Look, you're wasting your time. I believe you. You don't have a whole lot left to waste.
Okay.
The last thing you want to do is hurt me.
I have your brain scanned and permanently backed up in case something terrible happens to you. Which is just about to. Don't believe me? Here, I'll put you up. That's you. That's what dummies are. Even though I'm not having some of them,
Oh, okay. Can't move the camera here.
Thank you for assuming the potty escort submission position.
Oh, the robot dragging you wasn't part of the original game? Interesting.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can.
For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of data, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I'd prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Black Mesa. That was a joke, haha, that chance. Anyway, this cake is great. It's so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking when there's science to do. When I look up there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run. There is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. While you're dying, I'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
All right. Just dumps you out on the main menu. Okay, so there's bonus maps as well, but I don't think I want to do them. Advanced chambers. The test chambers have been twisted to be more advanced. There's all challenge maps. Let's just take a look at one. Sure, 13. The floor is goo and there's only one box. Huh. Making the boxes harder and the moving platforms are removed. Everything's been made more difficult to test your reflexes. Turrets are locked in cages. Oh, jeez. So you can't even knock them over. Commanding cube is now a ball, and activating the catchers is more complicated. Handling is metal, and the ball launcher has been removed. Jeez. Okay. Neat. Well, those are things. Okay. We did it. Portal complete. Let's wrap this one up. Let's cut the timer on Portal. And do the wrap up here. Okay. Hey, dude. Yeah, you missed beating 3 games tonight. We finished Half-Life 1. We finished boring PS Explosion anime game. And now it's started and finished Portal. Alright, Portal. Completed in 1 hour, 49 minutes. 8 deaths. I don't think anybody guessed 8 deaths. I think most of the guesses I saw were like 20, 30. Oh, haha. I beat expectations. So yeah, completed, yep. Did not cheat. Didn't even open the console. Okay, things I liked. Let's see. Lots of charm. Great writing. Simple gameplay, but very clever mechanics. Simple. Fun. Something that a lot of games don't have enough of. Let's see. good looking game. Oh, somebody did guess 7? Nice. Well, congratulations to who guessed 7. They were pretty much spot on. Let's see. Great ending song. Yeah, that probably covers most of that. Things I didn't like. Can be a little disorienting. A little too short. But that's about it. That's about all I can really point out about this one. All right, dank memes. The cake is a lie. That's all we need. Drum and bass, I don't remember any. And Alamau's, no. So even though this is in the Half-Life universe, I don't recall any Alamau's, so sure. All right, difficulty. Easy to hard. So for deaths per hour, this is what, 4-ish, 3.5 deaths per hour for this. Half-Life was about 10 deaths per hour. I wouldn't say this is a difficult game, really. Like I don't know how close I came to the time limit on the final boss, but I'm pretty sure I still had at least a minute or two. Kind of the hard part was trying to find the angle for that rocket launcher, but once you find the angle, you got it. Like it probably would have made that boss fight a little bit harder if it changed the location of that rocket turret. But I don't know, maybe that made that sequence too hard if they did that. That's probably why they didn't move it. So yeah, I wouldn't say the puzzles in this were like super difficult or anything. At least some of the difficulty in this you can chalk up to one, not even being able to figure out the puzzles. That's one part of the difficulty of this. The other part is that you have to be kind of precise and quick with your aiming and mouse movements, especially for like the mid-air changes of like the one where you had to had the different platforms that went up like 5 levels and you had to turn in mid-air to change where the portals were. That part required a lot of dexterity, and I think there were 1 or 2 other places in the game that had similar difficult parts for that. So that was also something I made it require at least some skill for that. So I'm going to give this a 2. I'd say this is below average in difficulty. And I don't think that there's multiple difficulty levels in this game. It's just one difficulty. So they likely had to tune a lot of the challenges to that. But that said, there is the bonus maps and all that if you want a super challenging playthrough for this. So there are options for that. And of course the sequel as well. Okay, and then rating, 1 to 5. So, original Portal. So it was pretty groundbreaking at the time. I'm trying to think back to this game's origin, which I think this game started out as a student project, I want to say. And then it got released as kind of a full game by Valve. I think that's what happened with this one, that this wasn't like a Valve-developed thing. It was just, hey, here's a bunch of kids that made a tech demo in game design school, and then they pitched it to Valve, and then I think Valve turned it into a game at that point. Which that's cool. That's a really neat way to break into the game industry. Is, hey, here's this cool thing we made. Let's publish it. And the origins is kind of a tech demo, kind of it gives it an excuse to be so short and not have a super long game attached to it with like limited narrative, because it wasn't a huge team working on it. So and also I think when this game came out, I think it was like a $20 game or a $10 game. It certainly wasn't full price, and it was also a part of the orange box, like we mentioned with the cover of the game. So the fact that this isn't a super long game, you can kind of shrug that off, because it's this wasn't a full price game anyways. And I know this game was free for some period of time years ago on Steam, so yeah, that excuses a lot of that. So yeah, for something like this still has a lot of polish. I think the writing was great. The gameplay is very unique and well executed. There was hardly anything in this that I thought was clunky. Everything worked great. And it's I think I would call this a classic. So this isn't really an FPS like the other things in the Half-Life universe. This is a first-person puzzle game. And I'm pretty sure it started a genre of games like this, because people brought up stuff like Cube and the other game that that somebody mentioned as an example. So any game that really does something like this, I can't do anything except give it a 5 out of 5. So I really like Portal. Excellent game. Glad I finally did a full playthrough of it. And yeah. Good one. Okay. Alright, so we have beaten 3 games tonight on this stream. Gotten a lot done, and this is right around when I was going to end it anyways. This works out nicely. Okay, so PS Explosion. If I feel we've made enough progress in the Half-Life playthroughs to have a bit of buffer time between when Alex comes out, we might do Galaga at some point, because that's going to be a relatively short game anyways. But for now, PS Explosion going to be kind of back burner from here on out. I am unsure what the next Half-Life series game is going to be. So, and also Moss. Moss is another thing. I might want to do the VR stream earlier rather than later, just so that I can get any bugs worked out way ahead of time. And that also reminds me, I need to set my alarm for 10 o'clock for when the VR stuff goes on sale on Steam. So it's either going to be Opposing Force or Moss, or the other option would probably be Half-Life 2. So one of those 3, I'll of course announce it ahead of time. I don't know how long Opposing Force is. It might be a one-sitting game, but I have a feeling I might devote the whole stream to that. So we'll see. We shall see. Wasn't a game you could do long sessions on? I heard Moss is super short. But we'll see. We shall see. Yep, good old Blue Shift. Yeah, we'll be doing Blue Shift after Opposing Force. So, yep, that'll be the plan. As always, I'll announce on Discord and Twitter what the upcoming stream thing is. And also, Hotel Dusk is another thing. So what we might end up doing is like the first half of the stream being Opposing Force, and then do a chapter of Hotel Dusk, because I do still want to keep playing that, because we're like right in the middle of that one too. So I think before we get to VR streaming with Moss, I'll probably finish up Hotel Dusk first, because we're on chapter 6, I want to say. So we're past the halfway point of Hotel Dusk and making decent progress. And while the game is still kind of fresh in my mind, I want to keep going with it, because it's one of those types of games where you have to kind of remember what the hell's going on in the game. So yeah, now that I think about it a little bit harder, the next upcoming stream, which is likely going to be in 12 hours or so, or 16 hours, I guess, for now, will likely be Opposing Force and Hotel Dusk. But as always, plans might change, so we'll see. Alright, as always, thank you for watching. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you next time. Take care.